You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Così uli di sombranzatemak et zu ita saluda antes diu hum niga Radzauds and malakes fredzas durante todo in memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam. Sorry, that was 3-day weekend worth of Good Morning Guam. Pent up, ready to go. Good morning. Good morning to our viewers on Facebook Live. But let's just start right here at home. Good morning, Harmon. Oh, I thought we were going to do the...
Hafide and good morning to Radio Barragata.
Shoot, forgot about that. Good morning, Gaffagumas.
Nice.
Good morning, Swamp Road.
Good morning, Fern Terrace.
Nisho.
Good morning, Gil Breeze.
I stumble for ya, I stumble for ya.
Oh, nice. Good morning. Okay, now, that hill up the road at the Maurizo Church.
Pequot.
That, thank you. I got friends up there.
Bro, you got to know where you're shouting
I've got
I got
friends.
friends. I just somewhere up there.
Good morning, Umatic.
Good morning, Pagachow.
Speaking of Melissa, good morning to the Barcinas family down there. As I've said before on the show, best fiesta ever. Right after the bridge.
Good morning, Tagami. Good morning, Pekka. Good morning, Inalahan. Good morning, Malolo. Good morning, Talafofo.
Nice.
Good morning, Ipan. Good morning, Jotnya.
Good morning, Guam.
Good morning, Guam. And now to our Facebook Live viewers, good morning, buongiorno to Roberto Francasini. Hey, forget about it.
Good morning to San Antonio, Texas. Go Spurs, go!
And also Portland, Oregon, checking in here on our Facebook Live feed. Good morning to all you guys and welcome. It is the link on the Breeze 93.9. It's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. As we're going to try and jam as much information. There's just so much going on. It was really just a very tragic weekend in terms of the numbers for COVID and the numbers of deaths. I really don't know where to start. So, as always, we're trying to get everybody who's on the front lines with all the info you need to know. This morning, we'll check in, of course, with Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas. Also, we'll break bread with Maria Pangolina of the Guam Election Commission as they're moving full steam ahead. For the General, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio on the show. And then we'll kind of talk reopenings and also what businesses that are going to reopen are doing and working with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So we'll get Mary Rhodes of the Guamaton Restaurant Association, Christine Boleto of the Action Pack and the Guam Chamber. And then we're going to get Malou Scroggs of the Public Health Environmental Health Office. She's the administrator. As they were doing a bunch of COVID inspections that we talked about kind of last week, right, Sabrina?
Yes, most definitely.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Well, how was your weekend?
It was, oh my gosh, Cobra Kai. I'm so Cobra Kai'd out right now. Oh my gosh, my son will not stop watching this show.
Wait, no spoilers. No spoilers, please. I have yet to
no
start.
spoilers. I'm just saying, I watched it. I binge watched it over the weekend. And, he had been already watching it for like a
seasons.
week. Yes, both seasons.
Wow.
And I over the week, I had already just kind of watched little bits and pieces. And so over the weekend, I was like, I'm going to actually watch this thing from start to finish. And so I did. But my son just will not stop.
Okay.
And he's doing like,
Okay,
strike first, something, no mercy.
No mercy. Yeah.
Strike first, strike hard, no mercy, sir. Come on.
Yeah, come on, Jay.
Okay, wait. Now I must ask, though. There was something else that happened this weekend. It was streaming. Did you catch up at all on college football? And was that not, as a fan of college football, Bree, of course, you went to OU, Boomer Sooner.
Boomer.
Was it weird to actually see college football in this new environment, this new way of living?
I'm sorry. Did you just not hear that my whole weekend was consumed with
You
Cobra
didn't
Kai?
watch any college?
I didn't. All I watched was Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Wow.
So my boy Chase is into Cobra Kai too, and because they keep reinventing stuff from when we were younger. And so my boy Chase is like, "Oh, Dad, you didn't watch Cobra Kai?" I was like, "Boy, do I know about Cobra Kai? Let me tell you, boy, do I know about Cobra Kai?" So same, I guess it's going on. I didn't even know they had a second season. I know that we kind of talked about the first season here at work.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know, so yeah.
Could I just drop some knowledge on you guys
please,
real quick?
Please, Jay.
Okay,
Hold on, let me prepare myself for the knowledge drop.
Remember the original Karate Kid, right, from 1984, and the
Yes.
original team of Cobra Kai. Remember they had that one guy that was just a real jerk, with the it wasn't even frosted hair. He had platinum hair.
Right.
That was Steve McQueen's son.
Wow.
And then they had the other guy who was
They're all in it if you want to watch it.
No, I've heard, and somebody spoiled it for me, and I was like, okay, but is Allie in there? Is Elizabeth Shue? And they were like, season 3 actually I think drops on in a couple weeks because apparently they're trying to go head to head with Brie. Something else I know, I won't even be able to.
Really?
WhatsApp
I
you.
thought I read that it wasn't coming on
No,
until
because
2021.
Mandalorian 2.
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, who's a bigger Star Wars nerd between the two of you? Because you guys are both hardcore.
I'm not like hardcore. I
Yeah.
don't like go and buy the costumes and
Yeah, I
put
don't
it
either.
on and
I
all
don't-
that.
yeah.
I
You
watch
don't
it
have to
for
cosplay to be hardcore.
I just watch it for entertainment purposes. I don't like analyze. Like I'm not that type of person. I just like to watch.
I just watch it four times back to back.
Right. I just feel like it's it's almost like history. You have to know your Star Wars. Good morning.
You're more into it than I am, I guess.
I just like watching and knowing Star Wars and then comparing it to stuff that happens in real life. Good morning. It's 6:21. Well, there you go. That was our Cobra Kai Star Wars tangent. Thank you, Jason, for that. And again, coming up on the show, we also got Landon Idlet of the National Weather Service, who's already standing by us. We normally do the weather on a Monday, but of course, funny, there's an old saying in radio, there's no holidays in radio, but since...
I think he wants to talk about Star Wars.
Yeah, going back to containing COVID, I forget what holiday it was, but Sabrina was like, oh, yeah, it's a holiday. And I was like, there's no holidays in radio. So after about working 2 holidays, I was like, you know what? This isn't really radio. This is multimedia, so we can have holidays in multimedia. So, and again, this is just something that COVID took for us. Really got to respect and honor everybody who's been working to just hold this island up, hold this island together. I mean, from the clerk who's ringing up your groceries at the store to the nurses and the doctors on the front line. I think this really highlights who is truly essential. And, it's just sad that we're under this COVID and we weren't able to gather and, give pay the appropriate homage to the working people.
Well,
who are
we can
working
do it
very
here now,
hard.
and I think that was very dignified what you just did. So hey, everybody
Yeah.
busting their butts.
Viva
man.
the workers!
Yeah.
Viva! Viva the workers!
Someone who's never stopped working, one of the hardest working kids in our industry, Tomas Mangloni is watching us right now, and he goes, Buenas KUM fam. So Tomas, man, we miss you, dude.
Right
Stay
on.
safe out there.
Send him the Zoom link. We'll get him on it.
Yeah, shit. How's it going in California?
Yeah. So 6:22.
Stanford.
Let's go ahead and do it. You guys ready to do the news?
Sure.
Okay. And we're just going to go to Sabrina Salas-Mantanani for the news. Thank you. All right. It's 6:23. Again, the show. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're KUAM FM and Agani. It's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. And now, with a look at the day's headlines from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off today, everyone. The somber news on Monday that there were 2 more deaths due to COVID-19, making 7 people that passed away in a week from coronavirus. The 17th fatality was at Guam Regional Medical City at 8:46 Monday morning. A 31-year-old woman who had underlying health issues. She's Guam's youngest COVID-19 related death. Just after 10 a.m. at the Guam Memorial Hospital Monday, a 65-year-old man with comorbidities lost his life after having been admitted to the Tamuning facility on September 3rd. He is the 18th COVID-related death. Governor Lulian Guerrero writing, "We cannot afford to lose any more people in this pandemic. Please do what you need to do to protect yourselves and your loved ones." As for Guam's COVID case count, there have been a total of 1,671 confirmed cases. 912 are active. 744 are in isolation. On Monday, there were 47 hospitalizations at Guam Memorial Hospital. 14 COVID patients were in the ICU. Despite calls for some parts of the local business community to further reopen the economy, the governor was adamant there will be no change in her decision to keep non-essential businesses closed. Nestor Lecanto reports.
There have been some small organized protests over the lockdown and lots of social media complaints, but the clamor has been tempered by many others on the public airwaves who support the governor's position.
I would love to open businesses. But my main priority right now, Nestor, as you know, is to decrease the spread of this COVID virus and to decrease deaths in our community. Yes, the economy and businesses is a big concern, but as I have always said, my priority is the health of our people. And it's not just me that's responsible for doing this, it's everybody. every one of us.
But as Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio reminds, when the administration did ease restrictions and move us to P-Core 3, the infections shot up.
The governor took a very strategic risk. It was a risk to slowly and structurally reopen. I'll just point out that a lot of the other U.S. jurisdictions heavily reliant on tourism that have been affected, especially by increase in positive cases, primarily coming from the United States, are all in similar or more restrictive lockdowns. And I understand and I know that you're struggling and that your employees are scared and worried about their jobs. But the sooner that we get our numbers down and we recover the health of the people, the more normal that we'll be able to try and pursue the new normal.
But that won't be until at least a week from now at the earliest, which just happens to be September 11th.
We can bring back our economy. We can't bring back the loss of lives.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Committee Chair on Finance and Taxation, Senator Joe San Agustin, is asking the administration, where did the $35.6 million general fund surplus go? According to the Democrat lawmaker, the governor's office said the surplus was being applied to the deficit, which was running at $82 million as of FY 2019. While it is allowable to use the surplus funds toward the payment of past year's payables, the question we must ask is who and what was paid? Why could we not use this directly to assist our people during the most difficult times, during the most challenging times? Thousands of our people are experiencing little to no employment due to the governor's executive orders that shut down non-essential businesses. These same individuals wonder how they will put food on their tables to feed their families. How will they pay their bills that are piling up and do not have work since their employers have closed their doors? How will they return to work and manage caring for their children who are learning from home? Will they return to work, and how soon? Without work, they will have nothing to make their families whole. The Democrat senator is imploring the governor to provide relief from the surplus to our people. It is the people who allowed the government of Guam to gain such a surplus. Yes, your administration had much to do with the surplus, but our people need help today. You can provide immediate support with these monies if the CARES Act funds have been allocated to your wishes and may not be utilized in this manner. Again, that is from Senator Joe S. San Agustin. With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News in Saipan.
Hafa Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI. Starting Monday, September 7th, the CNMI will be back to a level blue on the community-focused economic recovery.
One of the highlight that's going to be that the governor and I will be sharing with the rest of the team is making sure that ID presentation on establishments are provided or required here on. The other one will be pretty much working with the schools to get them back to normalcy. That is one big one that we will be pushing out. And CEO Munia had put a team together to work with PSS as well as other schools that we're still working on the reopening. CCA came up with a checklist to guide all the different district schools within CNMI, Ruta, and Tinian to facilitate themselves accordingly to COVID-19 adherence, safeguarding exposure. So these are the things that are major highlights, as well as curfew.
Villa Gomez says the curfew will still be in effect, but with later hours, which is still being determined. Another measure the COVID-19 task force is working on is a digitized database that will track individuals' whereabouts when they enter the establishments. This will be used to improve the process of contact tracing.
Yes, we are making recommendations to establishments that the front entry lock sheet be ushered by a member of their staff. So we are also in communication to see how we can digitize or build a database for our business community to enter those names into a much more controlled and organized fashion. So in the event that we need to do contact tracing, it can help us tremendously.
Details on the amendments to the directive will be released to the public this weekend, according to Villagomez, so that the community has time to adapt to the changes. For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2 News, I'm Ashley McDowell.
The Guam Election Commission met Monday to ratify the candidates for the Guam Education Board and Consolidated Commission on Utilities. The deadline to file for both was last Friday. Excuse me. A total of 10 individuals are vying for 6 seats on the GEB. They are Salvador Villa, Deborah Allen, Dr. Mario Cotta, Robert Crisostomo, Alexander Duenas, Peter Alexis Atta, and incumbents Mark Mendiola, Maria Gutierrez, Lawrence El Cairo, and Lourdes Benavente. 5 are eyeing the 2 positions available with the CCU. They are Pedro Roy Martinez, Nonito Vincent Blas, Kenneth Perez, and incumbents Judy Guthertz and Joseph Duenas. Once certified, all candidates will gear up for the November 3rd general election. And now we head over to the National Weather Service, where Landon Idolette is standing by with your work week weather forecast. Good morning, Landon. How are you?
Good morning to you both. How are you all doing? I'm doing well.
Rested up from the 3-day weekend, kind of, sort of.
Nice Christmas lights.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's I celebrate with the Filipinos over here. It's the Burr month, so it's full-blown Christmas starting in my office. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Very festive.
Move right on to 2021.
Right on. Just for those of you who don't know, in the Philippines, they start celebrating Christmas during the months that end with Burr. Like, because in wintertime, you're like, Burr, it's cold. So September, like, if you could go to PI now, because we used to go there to do fights. I mean, I remember the first time we went in September, I was like, whoa, what the heck? It's like reverse Chamorro Standard Time.
I like it over in the Philippines. I try to get there every November or December, but of course, I don't know if I'll be able to travel this year. And I didn't make it over to the Philippines last year, but hopefully next year. We'll see.
Right. So what are we looking at this week in Landon? I'm hoping that you're going to say this beautiful weather is going to continue.
Well, the beautiful weather will continue with the asterisk. We're going to see some spotty stuff in the afternoon. That's the theme we've had for the last several weeks, the island afternoon convection. But let me start with this. If you're not familiar with what we're looking at, this is our Retidian buoy data. And so this purple or pink line, that shows the forecast wave heights in the coming days, and the green is what was observed. So we've seen a pretty good surf from the west and the northwest over the last several days. And that was from typhoons Maysak and then Haishan, which is now well over North Korea. So we're having that residual swell, and that's going to be all going downhill from here. So we've had a lot of great surf off of the Ganya Bow Basin and other west and north facing reefs. Since then, our high surf advisories have been dropped, discontinued, as the high risk of rip currents has become moderate. So improving sea conditions for the weaker swimmers, but not so much for the surfers that like those nice clean swells. So we're going to come over here to the satellite picture, and there's really not much to see out there. So it's a beautiful starry morning this morning coming into the office. A lot of stars, very few clouds, and that's going to be the trend through the morning. Of course, we have those light winds. And so again, with the light winds over the islands, we're going to see that potential for isolated island convection in the afternoons. We're not looking at too much convection at this point with the drier air upstream of us. So that's the good news. We have this blob over here. That's kind of a surface trough moving off towards our west, and that's going to keep well in the Philippine Sea. That's no threat for us. Later this week, we're going to see a little bit more moisture coming up across our region. So that's going to give us a little bit more potential for scattered showers in the afternoon, isolated thunderstorms. That's going to be the theme through the week with the lighter winds, variable at times. So not much action over there. I'm going to throw up some model-derived streamlines. So this basically shows the wind flow over the region. So we have a surface trough coming over us, and that's right over there. That's going to slide off to the west, and then the drier, more favorable weather for us in the short term. This weekend, we could see a little bit more of this stuff move over towards the Mariana Islands, give us a little bit more moisture in the atmosphere, and then a better chance for showers. So really not a bad week this week. We're going to hop over to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center page. And again, the only thing we're watching the whole region is the remnants of Tropical Storm Haishin. That's now moved well over the Korean Peninsula and is falling apart quickly. Otherwise, there's nothing to be seen as far as organized weather activity in the whole Western Pacific. So that's the good news for us. It is now September 8th, and still we are tropical cyclone free in the Marianas, as well as all of Micronesia from Palau to the Marshall Islands. And that's the good news for us. So looking ahead this week, it's not going to be bad, but watch out for those isolated afternoon showers and thunderstorms.
Hey, Landon, this is Jason real quick. Man, like as a fellow geek, right? I'm loving like all the data and the charts and, like just the variety of ways that you can visualize like, the weather patterns and everything. And I've been here at, Camp Happy here for long enough to remember when this kind of information was only available to those of you who are like actually in the industry, and then interpreting it was, something you would have to have like an advanced degree like yourself in, geology or, like meteorology or stuff like that. And then it became this type of information was available if you would subscribe to it, but it was very, very expensive. And now, there's so much available on the internet that anybody can like pull this down. So I'm pun definitely intended, but for the fair weather fan of this type of information, right? What's the most important thing that they should be looking for when they look at a lot of these charts? Because the problem now is you've got so many charts and everything, people can like psych themselves out or they won't really know what they're looking at. So if you can give us maybe a 101 level of how to interpret these charts.
Well, contact us. If you have any confusion about what you're looking at as far as the satellites, the radar, the model data, contact us. We're always here to help people here in the region. We want to be accessible to everybody.
Nice.
Also check out our Facebook page. You can message us on Facebook anytime. Either myself or one of us other younger guys will respond to you. But you hit on the point. A lot of this stuff is available to people on the internet. And so every tropical cyclone season, when things start spinning up, people see these models on the internet or other Facebook pages that are mandated or directed by weather junkies, but not actual meteorologists. Mm-hmm. They tend to be first to say, oh, this is going to happen in 10 days. And it shows a typhoon sitting on top of Guam 10 days from now. But what they don't know is that is a model forecast. That's not reality. That's just a forecast based on the information at that point.
Right.
6 hours later, when the next model comes through, that typhoon may not exist in the model data. And so we tell people, wait till you get the official word from the Weather Service, the weather agencies, because we're tasked with warning the public on what's going to be developing. And we wait till we see credible information and not just the models, but also the satellite.
Right.
So apps like windy.com and stuff, they're great visuals that people can have access to the model data. But remember, that's a model forecast.
Oh, we use Windy here all the time. When Windy came out, Sabrina and I were like, oh man, we have to get that.
So basically, Landon, long story short, Facebook doesn't give out meteorology degrees, is what you're saying?
Right now, they're doing medical degrees.
Right.
But when in doubt, reach out to us.
Okay. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, Jay? You good? All right. So basically, leave it to the professionals. Don't be weather guessing. And, if Nana wants to say that, oh, it's going to rain because my gout on the left knee, the toe is twitching, then that's fine. But because that's folk meteorology.
There is
I
some truth
do
to
that.
Let's go. He's gonna break it down. This is
When
actually
my
When your
knees
dogs get
hurt
nervous.
really bad, then I know, oh man, it's gonna rain.
What about when your dog gets
Really
nervous?
hard.
yeah. When your dogging hurts, that sounds like
No,
a
not your
personal
dogging,
problem.
your dog.
Jay.
Yes.
Landon. So explain the science behind that, because there is actual science behind that.
They say animals can sense things better than people. And I actually read an article on Facebook, of course, in the last couple of days. And there was a study done on some birds in Delaware. And they're looking at the migratory pattern, I think, over the last 20 years. And they say that when they can see this certain migration occurring with this one bird species, it can predict a cyclone or a hurricane season in the Atlantic. And they actually say there's some credibility to it. So I need to look more into that.
Right.
But they say these senses of animals can outdo humans anytime.
Right.
And it's just a matter of correlating those attitudes and behaviors of the animals and what does it mean.
I don't know what all that meant, but if Nana said it was going to rain, I usually believed her. Because it's something with the cold pressure and the low pressure that's pushing down on the joints of the elderly. And then also I had washed my car at the time, so that just ups it. Right? Okay, thanks. So can you
the
say
car wash will do it.
that one? That right there. There's many. There's a lot of science behind
Guaranteed.
that. Right. There have been papers published on it. Thanks, Landon.
Hey, y'all have a great day.
He's like, I'm done. I got Christmas decorations to put up. See you, my man. We'll see you next week. Be
Bye.
safe. Stay dry. Wash your hands.
See y'all.
There you go. All right. 6:40. Landon and I led to the National Weather Service. That's a regular thing. So we start the week. We're looking at the weather and what it's going to be like. And wow, it looks beautiful. But stay home, okay? At 6:40, we'll take a short break and come back with more of The Link on The Breeze. 93.9, Good Morning Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Hafa, my name is Margarita Gay. I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Service. The Centers of Disease Control recommends wearing cloth face covering in public places. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
By my nature, no need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me scooped out on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pack. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village.
Jordan is where you find me.
Or down in Naval Mag with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the chat loose
so that we can barbecue.
The crew rolling by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
You know what's cool is turning my younger kids onto this song. good time to have kids in this renaissance. And I was telling them, I was like, look at this song, guys. These cellos loved Guam so much that they made a song about it. Was I upselling it, Jay? Oh man,
Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was
nothing at all.
What year was this? When did this come out?
It's the year you shut up and let the song play. That was the year.
Hey, you know what? That was a funny joke, and that's the new version of remember, like when we used to
who sings that?
And he's still talking.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Gary.
It's like, hey, that's a really good song. Who's the one who sings it?
Yeah, it's Island Tribe.
Yeah, can you let them finish it?
Okay, so anyway, like I was saying, I love a local artist. Do the Guam songs, man. It's Island Tribe, My Island. Man, this is like, I want to say, early 2000s, late 90s, Jay. So.
That late.
That was a late reaction. No, that was a really funny. Hey, man, that's funny, and we know funny.
All right.
I don't know why it came like 40 seconds later, but you know. But do you have the Facebook delay or what?
Okay, can we just? Good morning. It's 6:46. I just wanted to play a cool song for everybody out there.
But Jason has to come in here
Yep.
and screw it up.
Right. No, you're good, Jay. Jay, come here, boy. You all right? It's a rough morning for Jay. Come here. You all right, dude?
I appreciate that you would like to console me right now in my
Yeah.
moment of embarrassment, but hey, we're practicing social distancing.
I
so,
know. I just got to say, though, Jay was, I miss getting a haircut, right? But Jay has got the full-on Antonio Sabato Jr. going with he's got the Latin lover beard.
I got no choice at this point, And
good morning, Jay.
yeah, good morning. Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay,
that more than adequately makes
the build-up,
up for
I built it up for you. And let's just run through the numbers from this weekend real quick, Jay, before we get into our next thing.
Okay, well, one thing that a lot of people were talking about, like in real life and on social media, and again, this goes back to that interview we had with Landon Idler from the NWS just moments ago, where the interpretation of data, because there's so much that's out online these days, is really key. A lot of people are wondering. Yes, yesterday was Labor Day, but people were wondering what's the hospitalization rate. How many people are in the ICU? Because that is the one thing that a lot of people are tracking. That data was not published in the report that was out yesterday, but we did inquire with the Joint Information Center, and they said as of yesterday, the Guam Regional Medical City had 3 people hospitalized. One of them was in the ICU. Again, this is yesterday's data, so for those of you wondering, this is as of Labor Day Monday. 3 people at GRMC. One of them was in the intensive care unit. At Naval Hospital Guam in Agani Heights, there were 2 people, a pair of people hospitalized. And then GMH, as of yesterday, there were 47. According to this, 14 people were in the ICU. And that is something that, is really driving this home. And again, the interpretation of the information, when you see it, as Landon was saying, it's good to get this information, but, try and be responsible when you're sharing this kind of thing. Because on Facebook, you can really, really freak people out.
Right. I think what's also sad, and I'm not trying to freak anybody out, is the fact that 5 people have passed away since Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 7 people in the last week's time. There are 7 of our neighbors, of our fellow Guamanians who are, who have left us now.
I mean, a 31-year-old woman died yesterday. A 49-year-old man.
No, 49-year-old woman, I believe.
For sure?
Because she's 49-year-old woman.
Yeah. I mean, man, woman, whatever. I'm 45.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's definitely hitting close to home.
Yeah. So Friday was a 59-year-old man with comorbidities who was admitted to GMH on August 25th due to respiratory failure. He passed away.
Okay, you've got Friday. I've got yesterday's right here. And then,
wait, let's start with that was on the 4th. Then on the 5th. 55-year-old male with comorbidities passed away. On September 6th, 49-year-old woman with comorbidities passed away. And then on the 7th, the 17th and 18th COVID-related deaths. And that was the 31-year-old woman and a
65-year-old man. But and I was, after I was on duty yesterday, so I worked the holiday and then I anchored primetime last night. But as is so customary for our island culture, where we all know each other, we all grew up together. Even if you just moved to the island or you've lived here for 40 years, you are my neighbor. Come over to my house. I consider you family. That the whole inafamaulig, the altruism. When we report this news, you immediately see, like, everybody offer, their condolences, prayers for those who are suffering, prayers for their family, my sympathies in your time of need. But then now you see a lot of people were saying, okay, let's stay home, let's do the right thing, let's wear masks inside the house. And, the message is not lost on our people. But now it's okay. It's one thing to say it. You got to continue to do it. And that's one thing that, the governor and lieutenant governor, and they said, the governor said, we've made these calls to the families of the deceased over and over, and they were just really trying to implore people. It's like, I know you've heard the same thing a cajillion times, and people come on our shows, and physicians, public health officials, government officials, and everybody says basically the same three things: social distant, wear your mask, wash your hands constantly, and everything like that. But please, everybody, we have to do this. People were sending me DMs about, when I was anchoring primetime last week, I'm ending the show, and I would go off script a little, and I was like, yeah, please wear your masks. We have to do this as a community, as a family. It's there are consequences.
Yeah, I was talking to a doctor, a friend of mine, over the weekend, and because people, and I've seen this unfortunately in the comments from some people who we call ourselves neighbors, this idea that these people had pre-existing comorbidities, they were going to die anyway. Like, people have actually said that. You know what I mean? And it's insensitive, but then also I feel like scientifically it kind of just brushes aside what COVID does to you. And, if you have pre-existing comorbidities, COVID basically accelerates your death. So these people with these pre-existing comorbidities, yes, they're living with these comorbidities, but it wasn't like they're going to die tomorrow. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out. When you get COVID accelerates your death because your body is busy trying to fight off the COVID and all the other ailments that you have that take over.
Can I ask you one thing, Chris? Because you mentioned your late grandparents, right? Both of them, right? Like, very often on the show, and they are no longer with us. But if you made that kind of comment,
oh my God!
I
would never make that kind of comment. First of all,
I know.
I mean, there's no way. I'm not that insensitive.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying in theory and everything like that. If you made that and your grandparents found out about it, my grandparents, they would be like, dude, that is the highest disrespect.
I would probably have my own near-death experience if my grandparents found out I said something like that.
That's one thing that keeps me going. Is what do both of my sets of grandparents right now looking down on me from heaven? What are they thinking about the way that I conduct myself? And
they're probably just praying for us and hoping that we find the strength. And I want to touch on the Manumco really quick, Jay, because we're all in this let's protect the Manumco mode, but a lot of our Manumco are really suffering right now because they really crave that interaction. They like going to the grocery store, running into people, talking to people. How's your mom? Catching up with people. Going to mass. So for months on end, they've been pretty much locked up in their homes. So today, if you have a chance, video call your Manumco relatives. Go and knock on the door, make them some food, or just find a way every day to reach out to your relatives. I mean, not just the Manumco relatives that you can't see or not seeing, and just touch base with them, because it's a really tough time. People are lonely. People are lonely. It's been months. I mean, it's been months in this lockdown condition, and people are obviously feeling isolated. We've been talking about the mental health issues on the show with depression and suicide, and all these things are very real, and a lot of times they strike without warning. So do your part. It's so easy. Press that camera icon, check in with Nana, Tata, Nino, Auntie, and Uncle, and just say hi. Let them know you're thinking of them. At 6:54, Bree, so we're going to play this little clip from the press conference on Friday. What a press conference that was.
Yeah, so if you didn't see it, the governor during a press conference on Friday announced that the stay-at-home order and the stay-at-home order in PCOR 1 was extended until this Friday. But it also gave the media the opportunity to ask more questions about, hey, what's up with the economy? What's up with the skilled nursing unit? Which, by the way, was supposed to open over the weekend. It did not.
Man, so, I didn't we have Crystal on Friday, and she was like, we're hoping it's going to open there. She's like, no.
It will.
It will open.
Yeah. So I think Lillian is coming on
Yeah.
a little bit later, so she can explain what exactly happened. I mean, who knows? It could have been staffing, or hopefully not the chillers, because I thought that was resolved. So I'm not sure what happened. So I'm sure Lillian will let us know.
Yeah, so she is coming on later. So anyway, with this question to ask the governor and the press conference, we're going to play this little clip. And it really extended into this whole back and forth that I wasn't trying to back the governor into a corner, but I really felt like, let me go and ask a question, and instead of just accepting the answer on its face value, let me try and say, hey, what about what you said? And so anyway, it just ended up we'll just play the clip. Good morning, it's 6:55. This clip again from the governor's press conference on Friday. Sorry about that. Off a day, Governor.
Have a day, Chris.
Governor, many in the community from, elected leaders to the average Joe and Josefa Cruzes out here have been very critical about the lack of planning by the government of Guam for this pandemic. I think someone was telling me one of the way they characterize it is back when we were getting zeros and ones in our test results, it almost seemed like we abandoned ship on things. And so we see this lack of planning in things like the SNU, where it takes, months to fix an aircon. We see the lack of planning with public health, where we're in the second surge and they can't conduct the kind of mass testing that, is part of the triggers that move us from, peak or 1 to peak or 2. They didn't anticipate the need. People want to get tested. So, this weekend we're going to test 200 people and it's already filled up. So, on that note, with the planning, and again, I could provide more examples, but I know you're pressed for time. I was speaking with several members who are in 3 of your working groups, and I remember when you came out with these working groups, there was one that was an economic working group, there was another one that was a recovery panel of advisors, I believe. But different people in these different groups have told me that they haven't met in weeks, and in the economic working group's case, it's been 5 weeks. So while I understand that you eloquently defended your position about, not allowing more businesses to reopen now, how would you respond to this criticism that we kind of gave up on planning beyond this pandemic? If we have all these groups and all these great minds that you were so proud to bring together, aren't even sitting down to discuss the road ahead after the pandemic?
Right. So in this situation, Chris, my attention was fully on the acute situation. I had to step in there and make sure that we put everything in place that is already in place, and that we've enhanced those situations so that we can slow down right away. We are not recovering right now. We are responding to a crisis. That's what we're doing right now. I am very thankful for the groups, and I am keeping in touch with some of the members of that group. The travel group has been meeting with the PAG, the Physicians Advisory Group, who then communicate with me. The economic recovery through Ricky and also through David John are talking to me about what the concerns are. So although we're not meeting in a meeting environment, but I am communicating with some of these people, and they're the ones that are running it. The other thing I wanted to mention about planning, Chris, this pandemic is something that's been unprecedented. There is no playbook on this pandemic. It's the same that we are experiencing now as we are experiencing in the United States, as we have experienced in South Korea, as has been experienced in Italy, as has been experienced in Brazil, the United Kingdom. Everyone will tell you that this pandemic is unprecedented and there was no playbook to go by. Someone even told me, one of the governors told me, that it's like flying an airplane and you are creating the airplane while you're flying it. everybody. This virus was very unknown. It was very unpredictable. They didn't know exactly what this virus was about. So to say that public health was not planning and to say that GMH was not planning, I think it's a totally misrepresentation of what these people have been doing so hard in the last 6 months. Their contact tracing has been developed and they are evolving as we go along. And they learn from experience and they learn from other guidelines and standards throughout the world. So the planning is there. The familiarity of the disease is not there. The evolution of the disease changes quickly and overnight. So whatever plans there are that you may have, changes by the day. Look at the hospital. We had 3 census patients, and almost overnight we went up to 30. Then we went up to 48. We went up as high as 55. Right? So even at the hospital, we have 3 people on ventilators, and between 3 to 6 p.m., we had 6 that needed ventilators. So there is plans. Plans have to change as the virus evolves and as the circumstances evolve. So you talk about SNU. Lillian knew SNU needed a chiller. She had temporary chillers there to help cool it. It didn't work. So now she's effectuated her emergency powers to buy one or to lease one. I don't remember all the other ones that you mentioned, Chris, but even in public health with the mass testing, right? So yeah, we are prepared for the testing. We have test kits in the thousands. So yes, they were bombarded with all this mass testing, and you're right. The personnel and the staff was not there to run 1,500 tests in 2 days. We used all the machines we could. We used all the outside resources we could. We used private clinics, and we tried our very humanly possible effort to get them out. In a matter of 6 days, we're up to date. So I don't think that there was no planning. I have to disagree. I have to disagree vehemently that there was no planning. There was planning. The plans have to change quickly and rapidly. And we used every tool we could. I used my emergency service powers. Lillian used her emergency powers. Art used his emergency powers to get the resources, to have a staff come in here, Chris, in a matter of maybe 4 or 3 days after asking for staff. And yes, we were looking at that very closely. And Romanoni and I have been discussing it every day. So everybody knew that we were going to ask for the staff. And once we asked for the staff, they acted quickly. So within a matter of 3 days, now we have over 11 nurses. So I don't think that's the right description of our medical and healthcare and public health institutions who have worked very feverishly, tirelessly to protect our island.
Thank you, Governor. I'm not criticizing public health or the doctors because they're not the ones who are, but they're not the ones who are supposed to plan. That's your job.
No,
and when we talk about
people that own the situation, plan the situation, Chris. I am there to guide them, lead them, and as a resource. But I can't plan for the hospital. I can't plan for Dr. Jolene's unit. I can't plan for arts environmental health. I'm not the expert. They do. So your criticism does impact them.
Well, I'm sorry if you think that, but again, just going back to what I'd asked initially, I was talking. I did provide those examples where you're right. I mean, it is unprecedented, but the fact remains we didn't prepare.
We
And to a lot of
did.
people,
We
that means we didn't
prepared
plan.
as best as
But
we could, given the circumstances.
and go just going back to like the economic working group. I mean, you're saying that we're in response to a disaster, but the people in the economic working group aren't out here saving lives. They should be meeting and planning beyond. I mean, in my opinion, beyond the
So,
pandemic.
Chris, there's no reason why they can't meet and plan. I don't have to be there in a meeting for them to meet and plan. They were given the authority to be part of an economic recovery plan. There's no reason that they can't be meeting and developing a recovery. We have a recovery plan already. Yeah. So there's no reason why they can't get together and focus on economic recovery. They don't have to wait for me to meet with them. That's well, maybe their authority, and that's their responsibility. I expect that they'll come and say to me, Governor, this is our economic recovery that we just established. That would be such a great help for me.
It would. I mean, I'm just saying, like, when I hear from the members themselves that they haven't met. I mean, maybe you just need to tell them, like, hey guys, what are you doing? Get together and meet. We need this plan.
Hey, these people are supposed to be leaders in the economy. Why do I have to tell them that they have to meet?
Because it's your working group. That's why.
Jolene Torres from the Pacific News Center.
I didn't get my second question though.
That was more than two questions. Thank you so much.
Actually, we were exchanging, Crystal. I didn't ask a second question. The governor was responding to what I had asked. So that being said, I want to, Gov, if you could address, please, because I didn't ask a second question. We were just having a conversation. My second question is, how do you address this? There seems to be a lot of mixed messaging, right? And we saw it when you declared this first lockdown. You said, we're locked down, nobody can go to the beaches. And then there was a lot of clamoring and you ended up caving on that, right? And then we see also this mixed messaging today where we have Dr. Cabrera throwing out his projection, and you also yourself said that the numbers are declining. Well, the numbers...
No, I said the numbers are plateauing. They're not declining as fast as I would like it to be. And Dr. Cabrera's numbers showed a plateau and showed a slow declining.
But
the other one about the beaches, Chris, okay, I never said people could not go out and exercise. I never said that. And I said that in one of my press conferences. I said the public beaches and the parks are closed for social gatherings, right? And so they thought that, they can't exercise because I closed the beaches. I never said that they couldn't exercise. Anyway, I think I answered your question, so we should move on.
Just on the testing though, right? So Gov, on the testing, you guys keep saying that the numbers have plateaued, but we're testing far fewer people, but we have the same test positivity
We
rate.
have not tested far fewer people.
We're testing fewer people than we were last week.
1,596. Okay, I think we need to move on. It's not fair for other people that are here that wants to ask the question.
Okay.
Thanks,
you,
Chris.
Have a good Governor Lou.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Man, I'm sorry.
For what?
No, I felt bad. Because obviously the governor's in a tight spot, and I got her triggered. But it's almost like sorry, not sorry. But I just didn't expect all that, Bree. I was just trying to ask, like, hey, what's up with your panel of economic advisors? Because it's nuts. We're telling these businesses eat it and hold on.
Yeah.
Right? We're telling them, hey, and I get it. I really do, because I believe the public health threat. I wear the mask, do all the stuff. But if you're going to tell these businesses, like, you got to shut down for now, at least Mosqueda have a plan, be meeting and have the plan. And then to say that, I don't know why they're meeting. Well, you're the boss. You're the Mangahaga.
Starts and ends with you.
Yeah.
And you're right. A lot of these businesses, I got phone calls over the weekend. They're concerned. So what's the plan? And they saw that interview. And I think it went from like pissed to irate. Like, what the hell?
Right.
So no one's working on our economy. We're just all going to be on a break. When we're not asking to meet, and I don't even think at the beginning they were meeting face to face. They were meeting over Zoom or over Google Meets or, virtually.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and I just think that, I don't know, I felt like that was a big reveal because these people on these panels of advisors, they're reaching out to us and they're saying, man, we haven't met in 5 weeks. That's over a month.
Mm-hmm. And people are out there hurting. I mean, we saw the protests, so whether you agree or not with the protests, it's without question, people have lost their jobs.
Yeah. And I mean, that is the short term, right? And this panel of advisors is supposed to be looking at the long term. And like the governor said, they're leaders. They're leaders in the business community. And that was just all kinds of, I mean, to say, like, I don't know why they're meeting. Whoa. 7-Eleven.
And even just the beaches were shut down.
That part too, because the governor, guys, we all know this, and it went around on WhatsApp. I don't know how many times I got this video of people sending me a clip from the press conference where the governor is saying, I never said the beaches were closed, and then they popped
for
up.
individual exercises. I mean, why would the police department be like, we're going out and we're consulting people if we see them at the beaches?
I mean, she totally did close the beaches and parks to individual exercise, and then she totally did cave from the pressure.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
We're in a lockdown till Friday. We'll let you know if it's going to extend.
Right. It's 7-Eleven. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with this is a conversation we kind of started last week with the numbers on suicides and obviously the mental health crisis that we're facing now. I mean, there's just all kinds of crises going on. It's 7:12, so we're coming back with Maria Halloran with LifeWorks Guam and Rainbows for All Children Guam at 7:12. Again, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Yes, I'm totally disgusted on how that went out. And anyways, I'm calling because I was listening to the interview, and I'm not a regular caller, I'm a listener, but I heard her say that she's not basically the one that makes the decision. But on her campaign for governor, she said, I'm a nurse, I'm a mother, I'm a wife. That's the basics. You can't you're the maggot hogget, like you said, Chris. She is the decision. She can make the ultimate decision. She has the power to. Come on, don't just hang up. The people of Guam want to know, can you lead? Can you make these decisions for us? Can you protect us? I bragged to people in Virginia saying, hey, Guam cares about their people. We're not high. Now look at, we're escalating. That's pathetic how she just hung up. That's not a leader. That's not a MAGA haga. That's not. And I just wanted to air that out because I remember in the campaign what she said. And now she's saying she's not experiencing enough. And also how she said the beaches are closed, so forth. People, there are hunters out there that are deprived from hunting because you can't do that, but you can go fishing. If you hunt for food, why are you stopping the hunters from hunting? It's the same thing when you go fishing. You're hunting for food. You live from the land. She needs to revisit all these things. And she was elected for governor, MAGA haga. Make the decisions. Help them. You know, you got those planners out there. Help them. Come on. You really, she's MAGA haga and she got it. She got COVID-19. Come on. She wasn't doing what she was supposed to be doing. That's all I have to say. Thank you for...
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, man. Be safe.
Thanks.
Okay. 716. Hey, our phone lines, as always, it's a hot link call, 637-0094. Let's move to the KUAM News Zoom room where our friend Marie Halloran is standing by from Rainbows for All Children. Good morning, Marie.
Right, and this is our weekly segment on health and wellness.
Right, and we'll tell you more about that coming up after the interview. Marie, you looking good this morning?
Well, thank you.
And let's just get right into it. Now, I know that traditionally during September, Rainbows for All Kids and LifeWorks Guam, you guys do all kinds of stuff, but unfortunately, as you well know, we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're in this PCOR 1 lockdown. So, first of all, there goes all your events. I mean, you guys have some great events, great opportunities to bring people together. That being said, Marie, what are you doing in the meantime in lieu of that very crucial face-to-face interaction that is so integral to your operation?
Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank you for inviting us. It could have been our 16th annual Candlelight Memorial Service, but because of the pandemic, it's not available. So what we're doing is I have scheduled a few or some schools to do suicide awareness, prevention, and postvention classes. So next week we are scheduled to go to about 6 schools, and 6 schools with about 4 classes each. So we are very active. I know that suicide is it's a tragedy. It's a big loss for lives, but then we can do something. I think a lack of awareness. We need to be consistent about doing the awareness, and that's what we're doing for the rest of the September. Mm-hmm. And I think that Father Jeff and I are planning to do a vigil probably over at the church, at St. Anthony Church. So we're planning something that we could still host, something very solemn in memory of those that have died from suicide. In fact, I have called some of the survivors of suicide, and they still want to do something for their loved ones.
What are since we are talking about awareness, if you could just share with us what are some of the signs that you kind of would know?
Okay, that's a very good question. Mm-hmm. Okay, right now, when I go to the schools, I would share with them. Sometimes instead of saying signs, maybe what are the invitations that someone who's thinking of harming themselves would show. So let's talk about the 3. Let's say they're communicating with you like, I don't want to live anymore. So those are classical signs. Or let's say if their behavior have changed, sometimes like if they're very friendly with other people, they're a chatterbox, and then all of a sudden they're silent and not a single word. They stay in the room the whole day. So that's another sign that you could see. Or sometimes they would write notes. as parents, I think we should be very, very careful that we are involved with our kids or on what they write or what they say, or in their drawings. When I was over at the school as a school nurse, I could see children drawing really, really violent things or something like very, very sad, depressed drawings. So those are red flags right there. Their actions, if they were, they were kind and compassionate, then all of a sudden they're belligerent and angry all the time. That's their sign.
What about?
So there are a lot of things that you could.
What about, Marie? Nowadays, a lot of people, a lot of kids aren't necessarily drawing, right? Or things like that. They're on social media and they're posting things on social media. Is that something we should
yes.
look for in terms of what they're actually posting? That would kind of give us an idea.
That's why I am very active in Facebook, because some of the kids are posting something that's really posting a red flag. And, sometimes, what do we do about these things? Okay, what I usually do, if this is one of my students or a parent, I know the parent, I would talk to the parent. And another thing that is so important is how you communicate, how you connect, and how you care about that student or the person that's thinking of suicide. Because if you connect and communicate with them in a word like, why are you doing this? Then you're turning off that kid because they become defensive about it. So I'd rather say, I could see that you're sad, and are you all right? Are you thinking of harming yourself? Some parents are afraid to say that because they have this notion that if you ask them directly, you might be putting it in their heads. But that's not true. Sometimes when you ask, they're relieved that, oh, my mom really knows that I'm hurting. She's accepting my emotions, what I'm doing. So these are the things that I would relate to my students that I'll be involved with these few weeks, because usually they're afraid. And some kids don't like to tell the adults. So my message to them is, if you have a friend that's sharing with you that they want to get lost in this world or they're not the same, you need to tell and share an adult, a trusted adult. And then the kid would say, oh, miss, no, I don't want to be a tattletale. So what I would tell them is, would you rather lose your friend, or would you rather have a friend and be a tattletale? So because eventually, and I have seen this with kids, eventually as the victim or the one that's thinking of suicide, as they grow up, they are really very thankful for that friend that spoke out, because they say, oh, if not for you, I won't even be here anymore. So we need to be engaged with a person, and we need to develop a rapport and trust and confidence. Again, when I was in school, anything that I do, I ask the kid first. I tell the kid, we need to tell your mom about this. And then the child will say, but Mrs. Halloran, I only want you to know about it. And then so I would say, by law, we need to share with your parent, but I will be with you the whole time. So the fact that I'm there, they feel comfortable.
Marie, Rainbows not only deals with and talks about suicide prevention and awareness, but they also talk about children who are grieving. And with 18 deaths so far due to COVID, some of these individuals are parents or grandparents, and I'm sure this is taking its toll on so many families, so many children.
Yes, exactly. Okay, like that's another very good question. During these past few months, I've been there are some spouses and parents that are calling me because of COVID, and one parent was saying that she has 7 kids, and her husband was furloughed since March, and she was saying that her husband has been very depressed and was telling her, like he was telling goodbye, you know. He said, I can't take this anymore. It's really hard. I can't pay rent. And the kids are all, I can't buy the food that they want. Because this particular man, he was a waiter in one of the hotels, and they get a lot of tips. So they have money. I mean, even though they're not paid that well, but they do have rain check money. But then it's been what? Over 6 months now, and it hurts so much. So I talked to the parent, and unfortunately, I can't really be with them because of, COVID. So I talked to the mom, and then the mom would say, I would say, may I talk to your husband? Is that okay? So the husband is comfortable enough. You see, I think once they trust you and the way you talk to them, they know that it comes from your heart. And so this particular man, he's a lot better. Sometimes they just want to be heard by somebody that they care. And this will hopefully, it's been too long, but then it's just temporary.
Right.
So even with kids, they are very sad because they can't be with their friends. So they have anxiety, they're depressed because they cannot play in the playground. So what I would tell the child is, I know it's really been very hard for you not being able to see your friends. I do understand that. But son, this will just be temporary. We don't know how long, but maybe as a family we can be together, we can play games like Scrabble, something that would enhance. And it's fun though. It's really fun. When, how many of you really know your kids, right? Now you know them so well because you're with them 24/7. There's a lot of things because of the pandemic. It's not only financial constraints, but if you have like mental illness, like you have depression and other manic depressive, it's pretty hard because sometimes you go with your friends, you feel more isolated right now. And what about the elderly? When you're sick, you cannot be because of social distancing and isolation. They feel more lonely and depressed. So these are the things that we really need to enhance, like motivate them, encourage. So what I'm doing right now is calling the list of people that attended the Candlelight Memorial Service and sharing with them that we are still thinking about them, and I give them my phone number, and then Father Jeff, it's so amazing that Father Jeff, this priest, he is so compassionate. He's the priest that visits the COVID patients in the hospital. And he said, I just talked with him. He said he's not scared because God will give him the strength as long as he wears a mask and, wash hands and all that. But he said, I cannot make, or I cannot help but help that person that is ill and dying, while a lot of the religious people are scared to go there. So Father Jeff, And when he does that, he does isolate himself. He keeps precautionary measures and quarantine himself. So I asked him last night, how many times does he get tested? He said he gets tested sometimes twice a week or at least once a month. And then if he doesn't have any signs, then he doesn't need to. That's what public health said.
Marie, when you talk about those people that you guys have reached through the program and through the work that you're doing and, Father Jeff's doing, when we hear about the numbers, right, and although we haven't got anything really official, we have seen some numbers that show that there's been an increase the last few months in the number of suicides compared to the same period last year. So being on the front lines, when we think about those we have lost because we haven't been able to reach out to them, what are your thoughts on that? And how do we work harder to reach people?
I think that you and I, the frontliners, we all have this anxiety, right? Because we don't know whether everything is so uncertain because this coronavirus is invisible. We can't see. So we, the frontliner, are at risk, even though they wear all these gears. So they get depressed and anxiety because of the uncertainty. And you and I, it's the same thing, even though we do all these precautionary measures. So we need to be more positive, and we need to be more we need to reach out more and do encouraging things. And I do hope that the lockdown will not be so long so that families can start earning again. And, financial loss is so hurtful that we can't do much about it. Maybe prayers or something, or, healing, praying and having our faith. So we need to encourage those. You don't need to be a Catholic as long as you have a spiritual being. It could help you a lot.
All right, thanks a lot, Marie, for joining us today. Any final comments before we let you go? And also make sure to let us know about this vigil that you guys plan on holding when it gets closer.
Oh, yes, definitely. And thank you for giving us the time,
of course,
to share how Works WAM and Rainbows for All Children are doing these very, very hard times. But it's only transient, it's temporary. It will get better.
All right, thanks, Marie. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. God bless you and your work, okay?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We just have to try from the heart.
Amen. Thank you, Marie. Hey, that segment, we're doing this every Tuesday. It's brought to you by the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. So come on and thrive with us. It's 7:33. We're coming back with Administration Director Ed Byrne next on The Link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Also coming up this morning, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio will also catch up with the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association, the Guam Chamber, and then we'll get our update from Lillian Posadas, the hospital administrator. There's a lot that's going on with COVID-19, of course. And then the Division of Environmental Health, Malou Scroggs, who's the administrator of that office, will talk about inspections and what businesses are doing or not doing to be COVID compliant. At 7:34. Good morning, Guam.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Good morning. 7:37, Tuesday, the 8th day of September. Lillian Posadas will be in 8:45. Our census count, a COVID census count, who's got how many in the hospital, how many on ventilators. She'll probably provide more information on the deaths that we saw over, 5 deaths since Friday. Very jarring and alarming. 7:37. Let's go back to the KUAM News Zoom room where we're catching up with Administration Director Ed Byrne. Good morning, Mr. Byrne.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How are you?
Okay. How are you?
You doing okay, Mr. Byrne?
Well, my car won't start this morning, so I've got some enforced tele working here. But other than that, okay, thank you. How are you?
That's good. Maybe that's a silver lining from up above that, you want to maybe stay home today and work from home, a little more comfortable environment.
Oh, I think I have to get to the office.
All right. Well, okay, Bree, go ahead.
Oh, okay. You wanted to start first with what happened last week, Friday, or was it? Yeah, Friday. Some people are saying it was a Payless Payday. Coast 360, they came out with a press release. I think it was like Friday night, right? That there was some issues with Department of Administration and depositing money into, I guess, their account. Can you kind of just let us know what happened with that?
We're still investigating what happened because it's a long chain that goes from us through Bank of Guam, through to the federal system, through to credit unions. But something went wrong along the way on the transmission of the funds to the credit unions. Everybody, to my knowledge, all the credit unions received the funds on Saturday. The people that banked at regular clearing banks got their money on schedule.
So what's supposed to happen? Maybe we should just start there.
there are 3 transmissions that go for the payroll. The first one is for people that are customers of Bank of Guam. The second one is for people that are customers for other clearing banks, and the third one is for people that are customers of credit unions. And something went wrong with that third transmission. We're still investigating it. Unfortunately, it was a long weekend, so as soon as I do get into the office, I will try and find out exactly what happened. Okay. But I was assured that the funds reached their customers on Saturday.
Right. And it was only just Coast 360, or was it other credit unions? Because we only got the release from...
It was all credit unions who were in that third transmission.
But everybody got paid Saturday.
That's the best information I have. Yes.
Okay. So you're not 100% sure on whether or not any government.
Well, I'm not a member of each of those credit unions.
Right, but I'm sure people would complain.
What they did with the funds, is a matter between them and their customer. But I know each of the credit unions received the appropriate funds on Saturday.
Okay. Okay, let's get an update on Programan, Salapi,
Adzurani Tauta, Panelas Dogu, and Empanada.
Has that program all paid out?
We're not fully paid out. We've processed everybody. We've identified a number of people who made a claim, but that claim wasn't backed up by the documents that they submitted along with the claim. For instance, we had this is an example, if a claimant submitted a claim with 3 dependents, but only submitted documentation to support 2 dependents, that claim was suspended. We have made the decision to pay out based upon the supporting documents rather than the claim. So we will be paying out that claim with 2 dependents, and that will be going out this week. Other than that, everybody has been paid out.
Oh, so what's the total amount that's been paid out?
It's about 17 million.
17. Okay.
And could you, what?
Are you guys investigating any reports of fraud with regards?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Serena.
Any cases of fraud with the Programan Salapi program?
We don't have the same problem that Dave has at DOL. These are smaller sums of money. We're not identifying actual fraud. As I say, we're just identifying people who made a claim which wasn't supported by the documentation. We had some people who made a claim under the Salapi program, but also made a claim under a different program. They weren't entitled to two payments, so we just disallowed one. So we're not really viewing it as fraud. We're just disallowing payments if we've identified someone who made either in error or by design made a claim on 2 different types of payments. We're not, the DOL program is subject to federal rules and regulations. As you know, this is a local program, so we're treating it rather differently. We like to give people the benefit of the doubt because we understand that people are in need. So we've done what we can to lean in the favor of the claimant. If you're asking if would we be taking any legal action on the consequences, no, we're not. Well, that's not a matter that we're pursuing at this time.
Right. Ed, I know you said that it's a local program, but in using the federal CARES Act money, are we subject to audit of these local programs that use the CARES Act funds? Do you know?
Yes, we're subject to audit. In fact, we've got 3 different layers of audit. We've got our own procedures on making sure that CARES Act funds are appropriately spent on CARES Act activities, and obviously this program is one of them. We have the regular annual audit where our auditors perform what's called a single audit, which is an audit on all federal programs or federal expenditures. And that would take place normally at the end of after the end of the financial year, which, as you know, is the end of this month. But also we have an additional layer, and this is something that we're getting information, and it changes, or I should say, gets increased and augmented day by day. The U.S. Treasury Inspector General also has the ability to look into how we spend those funds, and we have to do a report. And at the end of this month, we have to do a detailed report on the expenditure to the end of June, and then subsequently the expenditure to the end of September. And that will be subject to this Inspector General survey too. So there's a lot of eyes on how we spend the money.
Can we get an update on because I know you guys pay out the checks and don't necessarily determine the award amounts, but for the GITA, man, what's it called?
The
GITA
relief program?
Relief for Small Businesses program. Does it have a name, Ed?
Program, I don't think so. I think it's just called the Small Business Program. We've been paying out those as they come to us. They come in batches. The last batch we got was actually on Friday. It was a fairly small batch. So we've been paying that out, and it's around about, we're around about 16 million on that too.
That's total?
Yes.
Can you kind of, because you did last time when we asked, maybe run through some of the amounts on some of those checks so we can kind of get a ballpark figure of.
On the Small Business Program, it's a calculation, and it's a calculation which is related to their lost revenues. So it could be anything from $50 to $20,000, and that depends upon how it's calculated. DOA isn't involved in the calculation of that. That's something that's completed by GITA. Obviously, if we saw something that was totally out of range, we would question it. But so far, everything has been within range. And I haven't heard that there's been any issues with the calculations that have been reported to GITA, because I haven't been asked to reissue checks. So everything seems to be going pretty smoothly.
Right.
Ed, by any chance, would you be able to provide just a rounded estimate on how much in the $117 million in CARES Act funding has been spent to date, other than the $33 million for the GITA Small Business and the Programmen Sulapi Zudini Tata programs? Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, it changes day by day, Sabrina, obviously. But at the moment, it's at the end of August, it was around about 50 million.
So do you have an idea where can you tell us where the 20 million then went to? Aside from the estimated 20 million, because you said that 17 million was paid out with CARES Act funding for the Programmen Sulapi program, then the 16 million for the GITA Small Business, and you said roughly about 50 million was used. So the remaining.
You mean the balance of the 20 million? It's a number of programs. Some of it is we've been used to pay for the hazard pay, which is payable to in particular the frontline responders. Some of it is PPE equipment, that we have to provide to people working. Some of it is medical. I guess one of the biggest slices is the QFAC facilities. Where we have now a fair number of people in quarantine and a few people in isolation. And if that's one of the biggest slices of expense that we've so far put through the CARES Act funding.
All right.
Ed, I know it's out of your lane, but someone called about tax refunds because you guys print them, right? Are we getting any, Ben?
We don't print them, Chris, no. They're printed by DRT. We get them, and we account for them and mail them to the recipients.
So what, can you tell us anything about anything?
Tax refund?
Yeah.
Yes, we're about, so far we paid out about 87 million in tax refunds. So we're pretty much in line. We're ahead of previous years, but as I say, we don't actually print them. So
Yeah, my bad.
I'm not sure of the total population of refunds, but as you know, the budget provides for about 125 million. So you can see we're pretty well far along with the issuance of these tax refunds, and we haven't. In previous years, we've had to wait for the Section 30 money before we made some fairly significant payments. This year, we've been paying it out pretty much as on a schedule as we've been going along. So so people can, if they know they file on a particular date, they're pretty well sure as to when they're going to get their refunds.
Ed, just last question here. The COVID hazard pay differential, the overtime, all that stuff, because we just came over Labor Day, right, for the working people. Are we up current on all those payments?
We're current with the ones that have been submitted. I have a listing of departments that haven't submitted various reports to us. But DOA is up to date with payment for the authorized overtime for which they've received timesheets or some other indication.
So who did you have to send a nasty letter to?
Oh, I don't send nasty letters to anyone. All my letters are
cordial.
All my letters are nice, right? But there are some departments that are slow, and I think that's because they're taking care to make sure that the overtime is correct and properly recorded. But it is the policy, and I have told these departments, it is the policy of DOA that we pay overtime as it's incurred. And in particular, the non-exempt employees are covered by federal rules, and we make sure that we do everything we can to comply with those federal rules.
So which departments? Is it a long list of departments?
No, it's not a long list, and I think I'll leave that. I don't think I should be saying which departments they are, because that might change today if we get some reports in.
It's mostly law enforcement, right?
They know which they are, and we've been in contact with them.
Okay. Okay, Ed. I just said would advise them to stick to the schedule.
Absolutely. The schedule, and I haven't said it that way for over 30 years. But the schedule is all important.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Bunn.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Go feed that cat. What's the cat's name?
The cat's name is Harold.
That's so
He's being
British.
very noisy. And he's being very noisy, which means he hasn't got his treat.
Right. Here, Harold. Come hither.
I wish it were as easy. I wish it was easy for me.
Right. Hey, well, at least you get to spend time with the cat until you get to work. Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Sabrina. Have a good day.
Stay safe.
Wash your hands. 7:52. Quick break. Coming back with Maria Pangolina of the Guam Election Commission. Harold, that totally fits, right?
Yeah, Harold, yeah.
For
I
a-
thought he was going to say Garfield. Like, whoa.
Come here, Harold, and get your treat.
He's a proper British gentleman.
I know, yeah. All right.
God
Come,
save the
Harold, and have your morning crumpets.
God save the Queen.
Harold, would you fancy a shepherd's pie? That's all I got, guys. That's all I
Yeah,
got.
stop.
7:53. Good morning. It's the Link on the Breeze 93.9.
Learn more about our region.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the Territorial Epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Hey, shouting it out to my friends in the NMI. That's Parker Yobe. We're in the Northern Marianas Islands. Are they like back to normal, Bree?
They lifted their restrictions that were in place.
Condition level blue. Dan.
Right.
There's ours is a number. Theirs is colors.
Right. And so all I know is last night I clicked on one of my friends' stories on Instagram. They're staying in Saipan, and it was like taking shots at the bar. I was like, "Was this what? What?" But as we heard from the Kevin Bautista, the CNMI press secretary, they're really watching us Guam people when we go into CNMI because we're bringing the COVID. You know, you're supposed to declare that. 7:59, we're KUAM FM in Agani, Guam. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9, and it's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. It is Tuesday, the 8th day of September. Thank you so much to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you.
Sorry, there's so many cameras here.
I know. I don't know. We got like a camera there. They got a nostril cam. I don't know what to look at. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching on KUAM TV. Let's jump over to our Facebook Live feed where we have people from all over the world watching. It's Edward R. Murrow award-winning stuff. And, of course, right here on the radio, it's The Breeze 93.9 to our KUAM TV viewers. Está adios. And we're right back at it right now. It's the KUAM News Zoom room. Let's bring on Maria Pangilinan.
Goodbye and hello.
Right on. From the Guam Election Commission, where Labor Day, what holiday? These guys were meeting yesterday, right, Miss Maria?
Yes, we were. We worked. We happy labored here at the office.
There you go. And I know because when I drove by, I looked over and I was like, wait, there's people. You had the staff out there with the masks because of the meeting, right? So what happened,
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? Okay, so last night, yesterday, there were some discussions, and I think one thing that people are interested in is that the ballots from the 2020 primary election will all be destroyed, and so there was discussion, and with the advice of legal counsel, the board voted to destroy the ballots.
All right. Did we vote on how we're going to destroy it? Are we going to have like a bonfire or, what are we going to do? We're going to run it through the paper shredder? Yeah. Are we going to use it for target practice?
We are sending a request for quotation to bring the shredder down to the office.
Oh, my God. Busta, give it to me. I'll put it in my food processor. It's quicker. I'll give you a good rate.
Okay, reply to the request for quote. We'll send you one.
Now, Miss Maria, in all seriousness, though, one of those ballots is my ballot, and this has been it's been crazy. The chain of events. We canceled the whole thing instead of postponing it. So I guess what would you say to those people who went and cast their vote this election, and now it's just going to get destroyed?
Sidus Ma'asi for exercising your right to vote. And one of our concerns here at the Guam Election Commission is the secrecy and the sanctity of those ballots. I don't want to find out who Darrell Barnett voted for. So I want to make sure that all that, is safe and no one finds out who you voted for. There's quite a few ballots. We printed about 110,000 ballots. So you can imagine how much space that takes up. Mm-hmm. And as we've been preparing for the general election, we want to make sure that those ballots stay secret. Mm-hmm. And hence our concern that those ballots be, that we deal with those ballots as soon as possible.
How many votes were, or ballots were cast?
I think, I'm not sure, maybe it's over 2,500. Mm-hmm. I don't have the number. And so people will know, we are still receiving off-island ballots. Wow. As we receive those, we will destroy them. We will shred them. When the law was signed that the primary election was canceled, we sent a message to all our off-island voters to let them know that the primary election was canceled. And we also assured them that we will send them their general election ballot on or before September 19th.
Mm-hmm. What if we don't see a decrease in the numbers? What if we have more deaths? What if we never get out of PCOR 1? What will happen when that general election day comes?
We're working on it. We're working on a safety plan that's due to the legislature on September 14th. Mm-hmm. So part of the plans we're putting together is, we're on PCOR 2, if we're on PCOR 1, or if we're still at shelter at home orders. So we are working on it right now. At this time, the best thing we can do is people can come start voting on September 19th. and we will have curbside, and we will have in-office voting, and we will make sure that the schedule is available. When the schedule is available, we'll let you know, so you can pass it on to all our voters.
Right. You said you guys are working on this plan. Do you guys have like a drop dead day where final decisions have to be made, so that decisions aren't made, for example, the day before or 2 days before the election?
Yes. So Sabrina, since the passage of the law, we've put together a written plan, and we've gone through several drafts already. The commission put together a committee of 3. So 3 commissioners will start participating with us in the planning function of the general election of the general election. So we have a call in to public health, and we will meet with them, the staff, their team, and our 3 commissioners. We're in the process of setting up a meeting. We have set a reconvene meeting for the board on Friday at 5:30 to discuss this plan. If we have to, they will reconvene on Saturday again, and whatever it takes to get a plan, a resolution that adopts a safety plan that will be submitted to the legislature on the 14th of September, and that's Monday.
Ms. Maria, let me just ask you and play a little bit of devil's advocate. What would you say to those people who are thinking, oh, now you're coming up with a plan? Why wasn't there a plan for the primary? We could have had the primary if we had a plan.
There was a plan for the primary, Chris, and so, but when we got to the election return center, that was our major issue. You know, having 400 or over 400 people at the election return center, and during the day, our 335 precinct officials being exposed to that many people, and then congregating at the field house. That's a major, that was a major challenge. We've looked at several scenarios, and we've reached out to the political parties already to let them know that these are options we're thinking of to minimize the spread of COVID. We've also looked, of course, we're working with public health. We continue to dialogue with them, and I'm looking forward to the meeting with our committee of commissioners and our staff, for them to see our plan, the draft that we have. We're going to do another draft before we set this meeting, and we're hoping that this other draft will be finished by this morning. We'll share it first with our commissioners, and then we'll call in public health, and we'll do the meeting with them as we go through the plan.
Maria, I wanted to follow up on the how you guys are going to destroy all of these ballots that were cast in the primary election. Before you guys made the decision to do that, were there any complaints or concerns that were raised with the GEC or submitted in writing to the GEC about these ballots or the cancellation of the primary election? And when are they going to be destroyed?
So there were 2 letters written to us with regard to the primary election, and I believe the letters had to do more with the write-ins, and so the legal counsel had put together information for the board, and so in yesterday's discussion, what the legal counsel was adopted by the board.
A legal counsel opinion? Is that what you said was adopted by the board? Or
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
What was adopted by the board?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sabrina. I believe it was tabled. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. The board began to discuss the correspondences we received, and we received two, one from the Republican Party and one from one of the write-in candidates. So those were discussed, and the board wanted some time to review what the legal counsel wrote, and it'll be discussed again on Friday, if my memory serves me right. I don't have my notes of the meeting in front of me, but I believe that's that's what happened yesterday.
But regardless of their concerns and these letters, the board still voted to destroy the ballots?
Yes, because part of the discussion was the legal opinion by the Attorney General. Part of the discussion was there was no there's nothing in the law that says what to do. But the major point is that the primary election is canceled. And because of the cancellation of the primary election, hence the destruction of the ballots was appropriate, or is appropriate.
When are they scheduled to be destroyed?
Can we get video?
We have 10 days, so the request for quotation is going to go out this morning, and then based on that, if we find a vendor, we will do it soon.
How much is this going to cost?
You know, we've already begun preparing for the general election ballot, and that takes up 110,000 ballots in a vault, takes up a lot of space.
And how much is it going to cost to destroy these ballots?
I didn't get the request. I didn't get the quotations yet, ma'am.
Maybe a rough estimate?
I don't know. What we've done in the past is we go up to their site, and I believe I paid anywhere up to $300, $500.
Okay.
So where are we now with the general election?
Planning.
Thank you for asking. So they approved the ballot design. It will be one ballot sheet for the general election. Come tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. We will do ballot placement drawing for all of them, for all the candidates where there's competition, where there's a contest.
Right.
So we will all do it via the internet. We will start contacting our candidates who will be involved in the ballot placement drawing this morning. We will send them an email and follow up with a confirmation telephone call. So they will be getting their calls this morning.
Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot, Maria.
Thank you, Miss Maria.
By the way, did you hear that we have 10 Guam Education Board member candidates?
We did now.
And 5 CCUs. Yes, I think that's a lot going. Five
seats are up.
Candidates.
No, how many seats are up for grabs though?
2.
For the GEB or the CCU? For both?
No, for the CCU 2, for the GEB 6.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. Miss Maria, can I just ask about your earrings real quick?
Of course, Chris Barnett, they're pearls.
Okay, because I see a little bit of something. Is that your glasses? I thought I saw some like wood in there.
Oh no, it's the holder for my mask.
Gotcha. Okay, so classic pearls. Thank you, Miss Maria.
Hagumas, hamzumas,
Yes.
smasi.
Okay, wash your hands.
Hungan.
So, there you go. There goes your ballot. 8:14. Let's just keep it going here. The KUM News Zoom room, as I can see from our screen here. Guess who's back at the office?
Oh yeah.
Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Looking good. LT. First, let's just start there. How's it feel to be back on the job at the office? Because we know you had the COVID and you had a rough time of it. So glad to see you recovered and back at work.
Thank you. This is my first day. You're my first appointment back to work.
Thanks. Thank you.
How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good. Maybe we could just start with Labor Day, right?
Right?
Huh?
I said as best as we can be during a pandemic.
Yeah, it's crazy just trying to get up and make sense of the day before it happens and then process the one before it. But I guess, LT, we'll start with Labor Day, right? So, man, people have been working hard this year, very hard, some more than others. But just very unfortunate. This is another one like Easter where COVID took this holiday from us. And so did you have a message to all those, especially the essential workers who have been really, like I said earlier, holding up this island?
Thank you. The number one thing I want to say is thank you to all of the workers that have been holding up the island, and especially all of those that really haven't had a break for so long. A lot of people working hard, especially at the hospital, at public health, first responders, and then the day-to-day things that have been keeping the community going and going into the grocery stores, the hardwares, the people that are still going out there for air conditioning, electricians, all of that. But the other thing, of course, is there are a lot of people out of work. And I just wanted to also focus in on that. And I know that many people are at home because the businesses are closed and many others have been laid off. And so obviously that's the other big thing in my mind is, trying to get us to continue to make progress to try and get people more back to work. And it is a difficult time. There are many business owners that are not able to open right now, but I'm optimistic that over the next few days we'll continue to see some progress and hopefully continue to take steps going into a new normal.
We had caught you in the press conference Friday. So there was with the Zoom, how it works is that it was, in this case, it was the governor and I, and then we had saw it was you, and then the sign language interpreter. And I admit there was some of it was a little bit funny, but I just wanted to ask your take, Lieutenant Governor, on what we had heard from some members of these different, the economic panel, the recovery panel. Just hearing from these members
about not meeting and stuff,
right, not meeting, yeah. So if we could get your take on it, I don't want to make you mad or anything, but what's your take on that, LT?
I heard what the governor said. She doesn't have to be there to convene, and this week we'll be looking at all the different groups and seeing where their progress is. I mean, there's always things that we can do better. And every day, that's kind of like what drives me. There are things we may miss. There are things that we didn't accomplish last week that we want to focus in on. And for my part, I'll just maybe bring this on. I've been looking at the last week. I've been focusing a lot, coordinating with the superintendent, and we're going to probably have a public meeting next week, Chris. Well, we compare notes about all the plans to expend all of the relief funds for education and trying to bridge the gap for the parents at home. And not maybe just to give you a little preview, this week, we're not doing it this week because DOE is still doing some refinements on some of the procurement things that are going to be key for expenditures. But really, it's going to be pushing some more resources to expand the PBS University and having online resources. And then the big chunk, of course, is going to try and aid the parents at home, trying to get additional capacity for kids. It won't happen overnight, but we're coming up with a plan to make sure that we can try and give the aid at the soonest. And then there's also, this week, we're also spending a lot of time about expanding internet coverage from schools and super Wi-Fi sites, but also from libraries, resource centers. And then this week, we'll be looking more at the Mayor's Council and the senior citizen centers, just trying to figure out what kind of infrastructure we can put in there to expand coverage. And hopefully this will be good foundation for a permanent expansion in access for Wi-Fi. But so I would just say that, I've been looking at that on terms of the recovery side. And this week I'll push and inquire more on the economic side. I mean, we've been getting briefings. We've been looking at different things, trying to also predict what kind of humanitarian assistance more we can give. I know we're working with FEMA to try and get a few more weeks of the full pandemic unemployment, so we can get more resources in there. And then taking a look at also at the small business or the business assistance loans that Gita had, and seeing what other resources we can push in there. So that be my focus this week. And then listening in on some of the industry related stuff. Of course, the tourism is a big thing because of the world situation that we find ourselves. But we're also been looking at trying to prepare for tourists by in the pandemic, trying to figure out all of the different online things that devices that can help track things like that. The other thing I was going to say is later, I think on Thursday, and I think that we're working towards Thursday, public health has been working with the private sector and Google and Apple to try and get additional technology out there so that people can get notified in case there are positives in the future, things like that. Right. But I'd like to look at also, I'll wait to, I guess in a few moments or minutes, seeing how public health is going to move to expand the contact tracing. Last week, I kind of mentioned on Tuesday that we had people from University of California, San Francisco, that were training about almost 100 people on contact tracing. So there's some trained people that are going to be added on to the program here to try and expand the contact tracing aspect. And then I'll get an update. I don't have an update on the testing and results yet, but I'm sure I'll get a preview in the next at the next meeting I attend.
LT, go ahead.
No, we're gonna have Lillian on a little bit later. But do you have any update on SMU?
Guys, can I just also say, I do want to give my condolences to all the families that lost people over the last few days. And even for me, I have a second cousin that passed away. She's one of the ones, the 49-year-old that died a few days ago. And then I know the family of the 31-year-old that died yesterday. It's very heartbreaking. I just want to, I know that the governor expressed our condolences on all our behalf, but I do have to say that, there are a lot of people that are sick. There's some, prominent religious leaders I've heard that might be a leader that might be in the hospital I want to pray for and encourage everybody to pray for, especially the staff, the family waiting, but also the staff and the medical professionals that are treating them.
Yeah, it sounds really crowded at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And so, we had spoke with Crystal Paco, and I think it was also mentioned in the press conference about finally moving people into the skilled nursing unit. And, when we spoke with Crystal, she said it will happen. They will be moved. And
that also, and transferring all the patients that are at GRMC too, so that, people have access to the emergency room. And, those are the big pieces that need to get resolved ASAP.
Do you know why no one moved up to the SNU over the weekend?
I'll find out more in the next call. I imagine they're trying to get all their staffing assignments done and the logistics of moving everybody, but I'll find out more on today. And so when I'm talking about staffing, they have to figure out who they'll move from the different wards over there, I guess.
Right. I only asked that because when we interviewed Crystal on Friday, she says it was going to happen this weekekend, and then I'm not sure.
Was the assurance.
Yeah,
that was the assurance that the hospital gave us back on Friday, and so find out what the delay is about and what can we do to get them in there. It's a critical facility that needs to be pushed in.
LT, you talked about you had a second cousin who had passed from COVID over the weekend, the 49-year-old female. Also, we're hearing the 31-year-old female, just through a variety of chats. I don't know if you can confirm that. Was she the daughter of the Asin mayor? Because that's what we're hearing from people.
You know what? I'm not talking to him. I've heard that. And I've seen some social media forwards that would say that, but I did not get to talk to him yet. I'll talk to him. I'll reach out to him a little later this morning. But that's my understanding, as many other people's understanding. And
Yeah, and he's just bringing us up to
heartbreaking.
speed. Yeah, the Aston mayor has tested positive for COVID, and you know, LT, we haven't been able to get a hold of him. So, if you hear anything about his condition,
Yeah, you know, I hope that he's doing okay. You know, I've been working with him the last few months on a bunch of infrastructure projects in the village, and I'll be reaching out to him. But you know, I can tell you, when sometimes when you're sick, you're just not able to communicate
I'm
as
sure
much as you know.
you can speak
One word
firsthand on that.
response on the text.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. LT, just on the personal side, right? So we had this press conference Friday, and then it was one death, and over the weekend we saw again, 4 more.
5 deaths since Friday.
5 deaths since Friday. But just in processing this, it sounds like we're moving forward in a lot of ways with what you got on your plate. But I mean, how do you kind of unpack this tragic news to the people of Guam?
Well, you know, it is hard. 18 people so far, right? And we had gone for months with just 5. People were very optimistic. It is. I would say that it is a big. It's a big weight, I would think, for all of us. You know, for 18 members of our community to pass away, and even though people had maybe some medical conditions that complicated it, but they had their own treatment paths, and nobody expected them to leave us this soon. It just, I think those are the sobering things that we have to think about. And then, the hard thing too is, our culture, we want to reach out when people are hurting, when there are funerals. And unfortunately, big funerals have been at least been the cause of a whole bunch of community spread. And so we have to do different things, I guess. In addition to Zoom being used for this kind of stuff, there's a bunch of Zoom rosaries now, and it's a real interesting thing how it has impacted the social dynamic of the island. And then even in your own, immediate family outside your household, it's just changes that we make. I had relatives that dropped me something yesterday. They, still left it on the gate. I waved at them, said it was good to see them and thank them, but it's just a new, different dynamic. And then with this one, with 18 of our people to pass away, earlier than they would have, for sure. It's a big thing, but it also is a driver to try and make sure that we push to try and push more resources, and in this case, more manpower to come on island to help all the frontliners that have been pretty much working nonstop for the last 6 months.
Well, I was going to say if you had anything to say, because it's not only September is Disaster Preparedness Awareness Month, it's Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and it's also Recovery Month.
Right.
And I know your experience, you were with the Judiciary of Guam, and this is an issue that I remember you speaking about, maybe it was last year.
Yes,
is there anything you'd like to say?
And something that I still have, so every Wednesday, I meet with behavioral health and DYA usually, and the topic has been, and we just restarted our meeting last week, the topic really is expanding substance abuse programming, and also trying to identify and expand the facilities for recovery. So there's some additional work that we're doing, couple fronts. We just identified some CIP money for behavioral health to do a permanent structure to add on for their substance abuse treatment and counseling. And then we'd also have plans to expand the number of beds. So already GURA is funding additional beds with Salvation Army for women in recovery with families. That has been a huge gap because there's so many women that are motivated to recover, lead a life of recovery, but reunify with their families and their children. And there hasn't been a facility that's been able to be there for the women that come out of the programming and then work to reintegrate them with the kids. That is good. We'll probably break ground we're supposed to break ground before the shutdown. And I know all the contracts are in place, but I'm looking forward to the construction of that. And then the second thing is the additional inpatient for men that we're working on a plan and some funding streams for. But yeah, you're right. Recovery Month is important. And, a lot of people are struggling with the dependency that they have. And I just want to say for that and for suicide prevention, part of it is us observing things in our families. When you see people withdrawn, if you start seeing a radical behavior change, and you try and make an effort to reach out to them, sometimes the ones that are addicted are not ready to talk about it. But I just would say, whenever you can, don't give up on people. It's hard because you can get into conflicts with your family members who are on it. And there's a whole bunch of things that are wrapped around. There could be some alienation, some abuse, but we need to try and figure out how to muster resources in order for us to continue. Because this is a big piece for us, because addiction and dependency is a huge problem for long standing. Right. But I think that I think that by adding the additional programs and facilities over the next year, we're gonna be better than we were this year, I would say. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up,
Right.
Sabrina. Those are big things.
I'll tell you if we could just a couple things. The budget, and then have you heard anything about this situation with the Frank cable? Because we haven't had any official confirmation, but people are definitely talking. This is a vessel that's home ported on Guam. So anything on the Frank cable and what the administration anticipates with the budget bill?
So I heard that also. I hadn't spoken to the Admiral myself to get a brief, and I'll inquire and find out. But I had heard that, and it wouldn't be surprising because the Frank cable is home ported here. And if the level of community spread in the civilian community has been so high, it'd be very hard to contain from all of the home ported sailors that are on there. So I wouldn't be surprised. And I guess it's going to be about how they respond and how they try and continue to be in a state of readiness, since the Frank cable exists to basically support the entire submarine operation on Guam and in the Indo-PACOM. So it is a critical readiness asset and personnel that they need to get up. And then with the budget still looking, we have I think that we'll get some dialogue with the legislature, some members over the next day or so. I'm hopeful. I'm not wanting to add on to any further of the discourse, only to say that obviously for us, we're looking at our healthcare and public safety agencies and trying to figure out how we would maneuver in the next year with a reduction in the resources there. But I know the analysis is still done. A lot of work within the agencies trying to figure out what their plans will be given this funding level, and then of course waiting to see how the governor will continue to deliberate, and she has until Thursday to make a decision.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Josh.
All right.
Thank you, LT.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see you. Wash your hands. Be safe.
Okay.
That's that.
Thanks.
8:33. It's the Link on the Breeze 93.9. We'll take a quick break and come back with more of the show next. Good morning.
We want to make the most of Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, good morning, 8:35. It's The Link of the Breeze, 93.9 coming up. A hospital administrator. Definitely no holiday for her, Lillian Posadas. But first, let's jump into a look at news here on The Link with the Breeze 93.9 from the KUAM News team, of course. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Afade, good morning, everyone. The news from Monday, there were 2 more deaths due to COVID-19. Making 7 people that passed away in a week from coronavirus. The 17th fatality was at the Guam Regional Medical City at 8:46 Monday morning. A 31-year-old woman who had underlying health issues. She is Guam's youngest COVID-19 related death. Just after 10 a.m. at the Guam Memorial Hospital Monday, a 65-year-old man with comorbidities lost his life after having been admitted to the Tamuning facility on September 3rd. He is the 18th COVID-related death. Governor Lilian Guerrero wrote, "We cannot afford to lose any more people in this pandemic. Please do what you need to do to protect yourselves and your loved ones." As for Guam's COVID case count, there have been a total of 1,671 confirmed cases. 912 are active. 744 are in isolation. On Monday, there were 47 hospitalizations at GMH. 14 COVID patients were in the intensive care unit. Despite calls from some parts of the local business community to further reopen the economy, the governor was adamant there will be no change in her decision to keep non-essential businesses closed. Nestor Lecanto reports.
There have been some small organized protests over the lockdown and lots of social media complaints, but the clamor has been tempered by many others on the public airwaves who support the governor's position.
I would love to open businesses, but my main priority right now, Nestor, as you know, is to decrease the spread of this COVID virus and to decrease deaths in our community. Yes, the economy and businesses is a big concern, but as I have always said, my priority is the health of our people. And it's not just me that's responsible for doing this, it's everybody. Every one of us.
But as Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio reminds, when the administration did ease restrictions and move us to PCOR 3, the infections shot up.
The governor took a very strategic risk. It was a risk to slowly and structurally reopen. I'll just point out that a lot of the other U.S. jurisdictions heavily reliant on tourism that have been affected, especially by increase in positive cases, primarily coming from the United States, are all in similar or more restrictive lockdowns. And I understand and I know that you're struggling and that your employees are scared and worried about their jobs. But the sooner that we get our numbers down and we recover the health of the people, the more normal that we'll be able to try and pursue the new normal.
But that won't be until at least a week from now at the earliest, which just happens to be September 11th.
We can bring back our economy. We can't bring back the loss of lives.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Pursue the new normal.
But that won't be until at least a week from now at the earliest, which just happens to be September 11th.
We can bring back our economy. We can't bring back the loss of lives.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Thanks, Nestor. Committee Chair on Finance and Taxation, Senator Joe San Augustine, is asking the administration, where did the $35.6 million general fund surplus go? According to the Democrat lawmaker, the governor's office said the surplus was being applied to the deficit, which was running at $82 million as of fiscal year 2019. While it is allowable to use the surplus funds toward the payment of past year's payables, the question we must ask is who and what was paid? Why could we not use this to directly assist our people during these most difficult times? Quote, during these most challenging times, thousands of our people are experiencing little to no employment due to the governor's executive orders that shut down non-essential businesses. These same individuals wonder how they will put food on their tables to feed their families. How will they pay their bills that are piling up and do not have work since their employers have closed their doors? How will they return to work and manage caring for their children who are learning from home? Will they return to work, and how soon? Without work, they will have nothing to make their families whole. The Democrat senator is imploring the governor to provide relief from the surplus to our people. It is the people who allowed the government of Guam to gain such a surplus. Yes, your administration had much to do with the surplus, but our people need help today. You can provide immediate support with these monies if the CARES Act funds have been allocated to your wishes and may not be utilized in this manner. Now, with regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News in Saipan.
Hafa Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI. Starting Monday, September 7th, the CNMI will be back to a level blue on the community-focused economic recovery.
One of the highlight that's going to be that the governor and I will be sharing with the rest of the team is making sure that ID presentation on establishments are provided or required here on. The other one will be pretty much working with the schools to get them back to normalcy. That is one big one that we will be pushing out. And CEO Munia had put a team together to work with PSS as well as other schools that we're still working on a reopening. CHCCA came up with a checklist to guide all the different district schools within CNMI, Ruta, and Tinian to facilitate themselves accordingly to COVID-19 adherence, safeguarding exposure. So these are the things that are major highlights, as well as curfew.
Villagomez says the curfew will still be in effect, but with later hours, which is still being determined. Another measure the COVID-19 task force is working on is a digitized database that will track individuals' whereabouts when they enter the establishments. This will be used to improve the process of contact tracing.
Yes, we are making recommendations to establishments that the front entry lock sheet be ushered by a member of their staff. So we are also in communication to see how we can digitize or build a database for our business community to enter those names into a much more controlled and organized fashion. So in the event that we need to do contact tracing, it can help us tremendously.
Details on the amendments to the directive will be released to the public this weekend, according to Villagomez, so that the community has time to adapt to the changes. For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2 News, I'm Ashley McDowell.
Health officials are warning that the unofficial end of summer, marked by large parties and gatherings, could bring about an unintended spike in coronavirus cases. The U.S. death toll is approaching 189,000, and a new model used by the White House projects that number could double by the end of the year if preventative measures like wearing masks aren't kept in place. Nikki Batiste reports.
It wasn't just the beaches. Amusement parks, this one near Pittsburgh, saw large crowds, while in Orlando, Disney World and Universal Studios hit their limited capacity restrictions. A Burning Man-themed party on San Francisco's beach drew more than 1,000 people Saturday night and was harshly condemned by the mayor, who tweeted, "This was absolutely reckless and selfish," adding, "You are putting people's lives at risk."
Relative to where we were heading into Memorial Day, we have an equivalent amount, if not more, infection heading into Labor Day right now.
On Face the Nation, former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb warned there could be another spike in new cases, similar to the one following Memorial Day weekend, but even more dangerous this time.
We're heading into the fall and the winter when we would expect a respiratory pathogen like a coronavirus to start spreading more aggressively than it would in the summertime.
Hundreds of young people partied at a Manhattan park near New York University Saturday night. The university is launching an investigation and had already suspended more than 20 students for unrelated health violations. San Diego State brought in security guards after 120 students tested positive over a 2-day period. In-person classes have been suspended.
My office has already issued over 450 violations to individual students and organizations. We are doing everything within our power to ensure that we're prioritizing the health and safety of our students.
As you celebrate the unofficial end of summer today, remember, officials say that spread is happening at more intimate gatherings like backyard barbecues. Americans are urged to wear a mask and keep physical distance, even with friends and family who do not already live with you. Nikki Batiste, CBS News, Asbury Park, New Jersey.
The Guam Election Commission met Monday to ratify the candidates for the Guam Education Board and Consolidated Commission on Utilities. The deadline to file for both was on Friday. A total of 10 individuals are vying for 6 seats on the GEB. They are Salvador Avila, Deborah Allen, Dr. Mary Okada, Robert Crisostomo, Alexander Duenas, Peter Alexis Atta, and incumbents Mark Manjola, Maria Gutierrez, Lawrence El Cairo, and Lourdes Benavente. 5 are vying for the 2 positions available with the CCU. They are Pedro Roy Martinez, Nonito Vincent Blas, Kenneth Perez, and incumbents Judy Guthertz and Joseph Duenas. Once certified, all candidates will gear up for the November 3rd general election. Meanwhile, also conducted during yesterday's GEC board meeting, they voted to destroy the some 2,000 ballots that were cast in the now canceled primary election. Also today, the Guam Election Commission will be notifying all the candidates about ballot placement, which is scheduled for tomorrow.
And that's your news. Thank you very much. 8:47. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with more of The Link right here on The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Stay connected. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Howdy, my name is Kathleen Fernandez and I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends wearing cloth face coverings in public settings. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Hafa-day. My name is Margarita Gay. I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Service. The Centers for Disease Control recommends wearing cloth face covering in public places. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
Shady Hills. We're shouting it out to the Sharks out there. Simon Sanchez. This band was in Simon Sanchez. Not now. It was some little while ago. Good morning, 8:55. We're standing by for Lillian Posadas, our hospital administrator, who will have an update for us. But I think she's wrapping in a meeting, which is making me kind of nervous. So we're going to move on to our next thing here. In the meantime, we have in our KUAM News Zoom room from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, Christine Boletto. Good morning, Christine.
Good morning.
And then we have from the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, Mary Rhodes. Good morning, Mary.
Up day. Good morning.
And then from the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, we have Eileen Agahan. Thank you for joining us, Eileen.
Thank you, Chris and Sabrina. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
Good morning, Guam! Sorry, I always say it with my chest. But let's just jump right into it as we are anticipating finishing out this week in a PCOR 1 style lockdown. I want to just go round robin, and if you guys could, and I know this is a loaded question, what are your members saying about the current restriction on businesses opening? I mean, I can kind of figure it out, but let's just hear it straight from you ladies. And we'll go ahead and start with you, Christine.
Well, as you know, Chris, we've been very vocal about how our members feel and how the chamber feels about moving to PCOR 1. You know, we've said that, you know, we understand and respect the governor's decision, but, you know, as a business community, you know, we're seeing more and more businesses close their doors. You know, we're hoping, we're getting started this week with the business advisory groups and pulling folks together. One of the things that we're starting to talk about is instead of essential versus non-essential businesses, looking at high risk versus low risk, looking at businesses that don't have face-to-face contact and allowing them to open. You know, we definitely feel there's opportunities for us to work with the administration and public health on reopening safely, and you know, keeping the health and safety of our people in mind, but giving businesses a chance to reopen and to get their people back to work. And so, you know, like I said, we've been very vocal, and we're hoping this week we'll have more dialogue at looking how we can start that process and start reopening our businesses.
Mary?
Thanks, Chris, for the. I think as we go into our third week of PCOR 1 or moving back to PCOR 1, I know during our last interview, we talked about how we really should have gone to PCOR 2 with more limitations. I think that we need to redefine some of the criteria that is between PCOR 1, 2, and 3. Like Chris said, I think there are opportunities to revisit some of the way the businesses are identified. I think we're getting better at identifying where the clusters are and where what the data is showing us. And so now that we have more information, I think that's an opportunity with the government to look at ways to really focus on the areas that need attention and really come up with criteria that, again, are low risk, high risk, but at the same time, areas where we need to where businesses can operate safely and efficiently, and where people really need outside of basic essentials like, you know, power, water, telecom, food. They need other things right now. And I think the businesses in general are also looking for assistance outside of what's already been provided. We're going on 6 months. So I think that businesses have really been exhausted as far as where their funds can take them to be sustainable. I think that if CARES Act money is still available, we can redirect some of that funding to assist businesses even further. But more importantly, what are we doing with those who are currently unemployed? I think that this is a window of opportunity where we can take some of those unemployed individuals and get them to be trained while they're waiting to go back into the workforce. I had contacted Guam Department of Labor Director Dave De La Sola this morning because last week during the GCC conference, they mentioned $12 million in funding, which the grant hasn't been approved yet, but that's a place where we can actually train people and upscale them, which is what we've been talking about with GBB, is what do our employees need, our furloughed employees need to get back into the workforce. So let's use this time. If we are going to stay in PCOR 1 or move into PCOR 2, what can we do with the current unemployed population to get them retooled and retrained to get back into work?
Right.
To what can we do for employers as they're waiting to go back into PCOR 2 or PCOR 3? Is there additional funding we can do outside of what's been provided through the small business assistance programs? Is there something that we can do with rent, power, utilities? I know that we've asked them to do a deferment program, or they came up with a deferment program, but what about a forgiveness program? I think that we need to look at additional programs that can truly help people if we're going to extend this out any further. I think we're at a place where that we're really at that, where the rock and the hard places, where we have to make some brave decisions on how to get people out of a very low area of a big area of concern, but a low area of how they can move and mobilize their businesses, whether it's through their product, services, or their employees. So I think we have to be more creative and provide the resources necessary for business to get out of this, and opportunities for individuals to really feel like they're progressing. If we want to reach them, I think that's we could do that in the next month to get them prepared to go back into the workforce.
Okay, Eileen.
Yes, just adding on to what Christine and Mary had mentioned, the Guam Chamber of Commerce has also submitted similar recommendations to the Business Recovery Task Force, where we are encouraging businesses and government agencies to operate contactless as much as possible. And a lot of transactions now can be processed online. We're trying to look at more solutions and ways of, to support our businesses during this time. And mainly the theme is how can we pivot and start to be creative, and how do we transform our businesses, during uncertain times like this. So, we're noticing a lot of our members having the need for funding, and our focus is really to provide resources, and we've done this in the form of topical town halls, getting the resources out there as much as possible. So we've also been collaborating with our resource partners, both local and federal, to host roundtables and discussions on how we can support our businesses, the different industries. For example, childcare, that's one big concern for many of our members. So our focus has been on that. How can we support homeschooling in the form of tutoring services, distance learning? So we look at it from all angles, and we're definitely with the GHRA and the Guam Chamber on this, is how can we move forward and promote new ways of conducting business.
Right. Let me just ask you ladies this, because I feel like I want to say that all of you or your organizations respectively have seats at the table when we talk about the economic panel of advisors, the recovery panel of something. I'm sorry, God, I don't want to. But basically, I got chewed out.
I think has been dormant for the last 3 weeks. Right. But just yesterday, I met with a few of our members, and we have a meeting coming up this week. I think in the last 3 weeks, there's just been no economic activity, so there's been no discussion. But now again, we're looking at moving forward, and we're pulling together, and we're hopefully going to come up with a platform that we can introduce to the governor and seek her approval at ways that balance protecting the health and safety of our people and getting our people back to work.
Right.
Why has it been dormant though? I mean,
Yeah, because I got my head bit off when I asked the governor Friday, and I just want to ask you ladies, since I'm not sure if you actually sit on these panels yourselves, but I know your groups are represented. Is it a thing? Is it a thing that we're sitting here in this pandemic, and some people have been tasked with looking beyond it to help us recover economically? And is it a thing that we haven't met in 3 weeks? We haven't met in 5 weeks? I mean, just not meeting on this at all. And who's responsible? Because the governor said that, the people on these panels, they're all leaders and they should be meeting on their own. And I'm sure you saw the video.
I want to kind of make the distinction. So with the advisory groups, both the business and the one that's the smaller group to the advisory panel, Ken Cook, is our head and leader. And so he's the one that generally calls those meetings together and pulls us together. With respect to our different organizations, we have been meeting. I know that the Guam Chamber, we've done, the think tank. I know GHRA and the Guam Women's Chamber, as well as all the other respective business organizations have been meeting on their own and having these discussions. And, we've just recently formed a political action group where we're pulling together as a group and discussing, these economic initiatives and how we need to move forward and what we need to do to rebuild our economy. So there's been meetings in the respective groups. There's been meetings together with respect to the economic advisory group that is part of the government or is supposed to advise the governor and the administration. Again, that's just been called. It's not led by our business organizations.
So who called the meeting then? You said this week?
Yeah, we have a meeting later this week.
Oh, that's good.
Or midweek.
Who called the meeting?
With regards to recovery advisory group, there's an economic advisory group, but there's also a recovery group like with the GBB, with the recovery plan, and they meet about every 2 weeks. We have one this Wednesday as well. So the GBB one has been pretty consistent with every 2 to 3 weeks, but for the other one, there has been some time in between, but we are reconvening this week.
That's a nice way to put it, Mary. There's been some time in between. Eileen, your thoughts?
Yes, so I know our president, Holly Rustick, has been an active participant in the Business Recovery Task Force. And within the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, we also have our internal recovery working group. So we are hosting regular meetings where we pretty much discuss with every change in PCOR, how can we assist our members further? Again, looking at ways, they can recommend we help our members in, sustainable ways of how we conduct business. So a lot of the discussion is, again, back to the contactless operation, facilitating, for example, curbside, pickup delivery for retail businesses, for service-oriented businesses. A lot of it can be by appointment or it can be done online. So we actually polled our members and we've seen that many of them have already started to develop more online products or virtual products. And a lot of them are starting to sell and take payments online. So again, we're already starting to see that shift in how we do business on Guam.
All right. On that note, ladies, we're going to have to ask you to hold briefly as we now have a hold of Lillian Posadas, our hospital administrator. Thank you so much. We'll just get this GMH update, as I'm sure you can appreciate the gravity and necessity of that information that Lillian is going to provide. And so let's jump right into our KUAM News Zoom room, again, where we have standing by Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas. Lillian, thank you for joining us. I know it's a busy morning, a crazy, rough weekend. Our thoughts and prayers with you and the staff, and most especially with the families, the 5 families who have lost. Yeah. And we'll just get right into it, Lillian, if you can give us the COVID census at the hospital, and then maybe any additional information you can on the deaths that we have seen, the COVID-related deaths since Friday.
Okay, yes. Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina, Jason, and good morning, Guam. Our census this morning is at 51. We have 51 total COVID individuals in the hospital. Of those 51, 14 of them are ICU level of care. And of the 14, 12 of them are on ventilator support mechanism. And so we've got really, really sick individuals in the hospital, and they continue to come in. As far as the deaths, again, we're just our condolences and our prayers to the family, because it's painful, it's difficult, and we have to keep in mind that we're not just looking at statistics, but we're also looking at individuals who are loved by their families, and the families who are left behind are hurting, they're grieving. And so we just have to kind of give them that dignity and that respect that we really don't want to say a whole lot anymore about their passing, other than to just really offer our condolences and our prayers and our support to the family, because it's not an easy thing to go through. It's quite a painful experience. And so, without saying any further, yes, we lost several throughout the weekend.
Lillian, I really hate asking this, but since the 17th and 18th, has there been any other COVID deaths at GMH? Or that
Not
you're
tonight, not throughout the night. There hasn't been any, but we really have sick individuals, and so at any moment, their respiratory system, although they are on ventilator support, the respiratory system could shut down or could really go deteriorate. And so at any moment, as we have gone through, they could go into a respiratory arrest.
Right.
And so we have to continue to resuscitate them as much as we can to save them. And so that's what's been happening. These individuals get so critically ill that they crash and they go into cardiac respiratory arrest. So we have to call on code blue and resuscitate them.
Lillian, I was talking to one of the doctors this morning, and he said, look at the number of people on the ventilators, and these are, unfortunately, the patients who are oftentimes the first to go because of what you had just said. And this doctor said anticipate more deaths this week.
Well, because there are 14 of them on ICU level of condition, but then the others could also, even though they're stable, they could at any given moment they could crash. And so that's why we're monitoring them very closely. In the ICU, which is our Care 5, we've opened that up to now be 12-bed, strictly COVID ICU patients. And in addition to the 4-bed in Care 2, we have 4 ICU patients in that area, and they're all 4 are on ventilator. Then we also have patients in the Care 4 area that is on the 3rd floor, and some of them are critically ill. We even have a couple who are on ventilator who are ICU level of care. So trying to accommodate them wherever we can.
Right. It sounds like you're constantly moving people around. And so what is the update on the skilled...
Constantly.
Right.
What was that?
What is the update on the skilled nursing unit? Last we checked, Crystal Paco said that it was Crystal Paco San Augustine. She said that it was going to open, and you were going to start taking patients over the weekend, and we found out that hasn't been the case. Oh, if you could just provide information as to what happened.
Sure. That's what we've been pushing. We've been pushing it since yesterday to get that SIF, that SNU open, and it is ready for occupancy. Unfortunately, the acute and critical patients on our side here in Tamuning has taken our focus and our attention to really, and plus our staff. We have several that are out because they have, contracted the COVID infection. And so we're constantly, not only are we constantly juggling and moving patients around where we can best accommodate them, given their situation, we're also juggling staffing around, when they're out. And we're just very fortunate. We're very blessed that we have the DOD nurses, 10 of them, critical care. And so we're maximizing their availability. We're strictly utilizing them in the ER and in the ICU to cover where our shortages are. And so, 12-hour shifts. So they're helping us out tremendously. It's just that on our own staffing, we are out several nurses. So, That's been our battle.
Yeah, you know, when you gave us a count last week, I want to say it was, that there were 32 staffers at GMH, to include nurses and doctors, that had came down with COVID. And so, do you have a new number? Are there more than just the 32? Did that number also go
Right
up?
off the bat, no, but I know that there were several others that our infection control nurse and our employee health nurse have been sending us, information as far as who else are out, and so those numbers probably around 6 or even maybe even up to 10 additional staff were out. And so, but those who were amongst the 32, some of them have been cleared to come back. So, it's just a revolving process. So it's ongoing.
Lillian, I wanted to ask about the help we got, right? So we have the 15 critical care medical staff there. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that while they're here for 30 days, we have to work on securing a contract for additional medical.
A long-term plan.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I'm just
Yes.
thinking, with everything that's going on with the hospital, because obviously, I mean, you guys are overwhelmed and inundated. If we have 30 days to come up with this plan, is it feasible? Can it be done?
Well, according to our conversations, we have been in touch with an agency that is in California, and we're meeting at 11 o'clock. We're doing a Zoom meeting, but we've been in conversations with the director, and that she assured us that by next week, once we sign the agreement, by next week, she can send us nurses.
Right. You mentioned this actually in the press conference last week, Friday, that you were having discussions with some off-island recruiting agency. Now we know it's from California, and that the possibility that 100, I think it was, you said, nurses could be coming to Guam. Is that still the case?
Well, we're looking at our numbers as far as how many we would like for them to bring over to Guam. And so, we're going to finalize the details at 11 o'clock when we Zoom in. But yes, she has said that she can give us 100, nursing staff. And so that's great news. It's a great infusion, to help us out. And that will help us really open up the SIF and every room that we can then accommodate patients.
And that is 100 for the Guam Memorial Hospital. This is not 100. 50 is going to go to GMH. 50 is going to go to GRMC or anything like that. It's all GMH.
That hasn't been discussed as far as but GRMC needs help, and so, why not? We are one healthcare system, and so if it's going to help GRMC beef up their staff to then help us decompress our non-COVID patients, that would be great, because we've already talked to GRMC leadership that we're not going to be accepting any more non-COVID ICU patients. We are strictly the COVID ICU unit here at GMH, and GRMC will then take the non-COVID ICU level of care patients. And so, they're going to need help, of course. And so, I have no problem, providing assistance and support there too, because it's only for our entire healthcare system. It's not just for GMH, it's for the entire healthcare system for Guam.
Right. Okay.
Anything else, Lillian, that we didn't ask that we should know about, that you want to tell us?
Well, like I said, we're constantly, doing things to really accommodate the individuals who are sick. But if I could just again pitch this, recommendation and this suggestion that, people, please don't wait too long that you're having a difficulty breathing or that you're, dehydrated. Get medical help as soon as you can in the private clinics, your private provider. And as much as possible, really let's fight together against this virus. The virus is our enemy, not each other. And so, again, I just put a plea out there. Let's work together to fight this virus so we can then have some normalcy. Because, I like to go shopping too. I just haven't been able to. So, but, we have to stay in this together.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lillian.
Thank you, Lillian.
Stay healthy.
Yeah,
Thank
be
you,
safe, okay?
Yes, you too. Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
and thanks for joining us, Esther. Okay.
51. That's the latest census. Hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital, 14 in the intensive care unit or receiving intensive care unit level of care, and 12 people are on ventilators.
All right, let's just jump right into coming up. We have Mary Lou Scroggs of the division of. Oh, nice. Yes, we would like the Chief Tom Nadeau to join in. We're going to wrap up with this business discussion we're having, and it's in some ways it's a discussion that I think may rub the people the wrong way when we have we're always having this conversation about COVID and positive cases and people dying and the risk and but everything dealing with that. But I just think, to be fair, we can also have these other conversations about opening businesses and discussing what the plan is, right? Because damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we don't plan, we get mad. If they plan, we get mad. And so I always think it's interesting for a lot of these businesses to kind of navigate the territory of, discussing, the very real and valid issues about a business that should and, maybe will be allowed to open. So we'll just jump right. Go ahead.
I wanted to just follow up on what you guys were discussing earlier about this this new kind of criteria, the high risk versus low risk, and changing, I guess, the mindset from the essential, non-essential.
Right.
And have you guys spoken with public health about this, and were they receptive?
This is Mary. I've spoken to the infection disease control administrator, as well as, in the past with Dr. Jana and other individuals within public health on what kind of criteria would be looked at when we first started. And I think, a lot of this has been fluid. But I think, again, now that we have a lot more data, especially about where, the transmission has taken place out in the community, what has been really the problematic areas, I think that's where we can kind of press the reset button and use more of that data analysis to make better decisions. So I think it's really, we've gone kind of beyond just talking about what we could have done versus where we should be going. And I think that's the conversation that needs to take place going forward. And in fact, that's why even GHRA, we're having a meeting next week, a virtual meeting, because we're pulling together with MALU and Department of Environmental Health, because I know it's a difficult discussion, especially after hearing the numbers with GMH. And of course, everybody is empathetic to the situation we're all in, especially those families who are more closely affected with COVID. But we have to understand about really the rules of engagement between PCORs 1 through 4, because regardless, there are still businesses operating and employees out there in the community, whether you're government or private sector. A lot of these businesses who are still considered essential or low risk, I think that, there are still people working, and there are people who are worried about things. So the topic that we have next week is, I did an analysis of the public health website of how many businesses actually submitted their plans for PCOR 2 and PCOR 3. And Malu can speak to this a little bit more, but only 200 companies are listed on their website as submitting a plan. And that seems to be the number one reason for some of those closures when they actually did their enforcement, was people didn't have a plan. They didn't submit it to public health. So we want businesses, if they're currently operating today, or if they're planning to operate during PCORs 2 or 3, that they need to submit their plans in. And there are guidelines already out there that Chamber of Commerce had worked together with Women's Chamber and the Economic Advisory Group to develop these guidelines and submit it to public health. So with compliance and enforcement, the plan is the number one thing. The signs outside of your establishment was number 2, and number 3 was really the safety guidelines, especially with masks being required. So a lot of them are pretty basic, but very essential to remaining open once we reopen, because we don't want to keep going back and forth between PCOR. And we need to make sure the businesses are ready to reopen or continue operating if they're already open. And so as much as it is hard to talk about the economy, businesses are operating today. And regardless of which P Corps you're in, I think that we have to address these issues because it's our jobs as member trade organizations to make sure the businesses have the information they need and the resources and the tools they need to remain open during such turbulent times.
Right, and I want to take this over to Christine and Eileen and just ask the question, what additional businesses, whether we want to call them essential, non-essential, low risk, high risk, or, red, blue, green, pink, whatever, what additional businesses do you believe could open safely today during this PCOR 1 lockdown?
Well, I think that, what we've demonstrated, and speaking to what Mary talks about with regard to the data, the contact tracing and the results of that are really important for us because it tells us where these clusters originated from. How did we reinfect our population? Because obviously we were doing a good job for many weeks controlling the virus spread within the community. And so, from what we understand, this was initially introduced from an off-island party that came and didn't comply with the quarantine. And so for me, that's important because that's how we target making sure this doesn't happen again. There were some spreads in the businesses. And as Mary talked about, we have safety health guidelines that need to be followed and need to be followed religiously. What can open? We've shown through grocery stores, retail, where the distancing, the compliance, it's there. We look at professional services by appointment only, controlling, who goes in and out and controlling, interaction, non-contact, businesses that service their customers. Those can open. So, we want to look at starting first with those that can safely open with limited contact with the customers, and then, move towards reopening some of the establishments that have those control measures and proven that they've done a good job. And then, we can talk about the rest later, but we have to have a plan. We can't continue to have a complete shutdown until the end of this year and have nothing operating and no means for which people to support themselves. At the end of December, we hope that there's additional funding coming, but if there's not, how do we help our people? How do we help them feed their families? And, we've got to think there's a balance between health. Yes, we need health in order to have a healthy economy. But once you have your health, if you can't feed your family, if you can't have a roof over your head, if you can't pay your bills, we're already seeing the mental health effects on our people from those kinds of concerns. And so, I think that's important for us to have the discussion, to be sensitive. I've had in an indirect way, one of the deceased was a friend of mine, and it is hard. But, that doesn't mean that we have to stop living and crawl into a hole and, not have at least these discussions and a way forward.
Eileen?
Yes, we actually support the same recommendation as Christine had mentioned. Mainly, if a business or government agency can operate contactless and within a low-risk environment, then yes, we fully support that recommendation. And again, safety does come first, but of course, we need to find ways, for business to still thrive in this type of economy. And so we're constantly having our internal recovery group meetings to consistently explore ways and solutions to support business. So of course, they are one of the primary sectors that drive our economy, our small businesses. So, yep, we're going to work together, all of us.
Wow.
We're in it for Guam.
Well, thank you guys for coming on, and we look forward to getting a debrief on the meetings that you're going to be having with this economic recovery panels and who called the meeting?
Sorry if I got you guys in trouble. Did you get in trouble?
No.
Yeah, you did, Christine.
Ken Cook called the meeting together, and so we're appreciative with pulling us together and starting back up the dialogue.
Mary, did you get in trouble?
No, like I said, GBB's been having their meeting every 2 to 3.
She's like, I'm good. I've been done having meetings.
No, there's no one getting in trouble. I think it kind of brings things back to focus, right? I think that it's, again, how do we, but now we have more data. Now we have more things to work on. And now's really the time for the heavy lifting. And like you said, move from plan to action. I loved your question about the plan to the Gov, because although there were plans, if plans shift, you need to be able to adjust your actions and your reactions to things. And I think we really have to look at the criteria again, like Chris said, and just start making changes so we can really make improvements and do things better.
Right. Hey, if I got to get chewed out just to move things along, totally willing. Throw me in with the Sharks. I don't care. Let them take a bite. But at the end of the day, if it moves things forward, which it looks like it's doing, then we're happy for that. Eileen, we're going to give you the last word.
Sorry, Chris. Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, just last word, if you will. You excited about having a meeting this week?
You know, that would be Holly. So she is
Okay.
our main representative. So more likely she'll be sitting in. She has been representing our board of directors at the task force meeting. So we do collaborate very closely.
Right. And Christine, Mary, we're bringing on Department of Environmental Health. We've got Tom and Malou from there. And then I think we're also going to fold in Janella from the PIO at Public Health. So, and I want to kind of make this a regular, like, let's have our own meetings.
Yep.
Right here on the link, okay? So we'll set something up again for next week. You got it.
We appreciate you guys. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, Mary.
Bye-bye.
Okay, wash your hands. Stay home.
Yes.
I'm home.
She's like, hey, I'm here already, dude.
I just wanted to touch on what Mary was talking about. The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, they actually are having a virtual general membership meeting next week, Thursday. And Tom Nadeau's on here? Did you say Tom Nadeau? Yeah. So they're going to be talking about understanding guidelines and inspections, and Malou is actually going to be a speaker, as well as Tom Nadeau. So thanks, guys, for coming on.
Yeah, and we have it's like a virtual public health party right now in the KUAM News Zoom room. We have Tom Nadeau, who's the big boss over there at Environmental Health. We have Malou, who's also a big boss. And we have Janella, the new PIO over at Public Health. And do you want to kind of just, we'll ask Janella about the quarantine and stuff, and then we could get to the environmental health stuff. How you want to do this?
Yeah, we can start there.
Yeah, so,
there was in the JIC release over the weekend, it was some clarification on guidelines for quarantine. Is there a change?
And we'll bring on Janella for this. So Janella, if you could clarify.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, Chris
Good morning.
and Bree. Glad to be on your show. I think this is my first time being on your show.
Welcome.
Yeah. So happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure.
Thanks. So, so we issued Rev 7, Revision 7 to our quarantine guidelines. There are some changes, and this is applicable to the new quarantine guidelines for, the new, what do you call this? I'm at a loss for words here. This is for the executive order.
Right.
So what changed is because the executive order is until September 11th, all incoming travelers are subject to a 14-day quarantine, with the exception of a few, and that is for you have to meet certain criteria, and in order for you to be able to, go to proceed to home quarantine or be approved for release to approved lodging, you have to meet certain criteria. So those are the main changes to the new quarantine protocol.
So what exactly are the changes? Is it just for different classifications of people? Like I think it said something about like medical professionals, military.
Right.
Is that it?
But workers, medical professionals. So those are the new changes. Otherwise, you would be subject to the full 14-day quarantine at a government facility. So those are the main changes. Previously, what we had was if you came in and you had a negative test, you can proceed, and you came from a low-risk area, then you can proceed to home quarantine. But now, because of the increase, the increased positive cases that we've been seeing. And because we're under PCOR 1 and a stay-at-home order, then you have to go straight to government quarantine for the full 14 days. And so we had to issue new guidelines just so that there's no confusion. People understand when that they come into Guam and they're traveling in, then they have to go to the full 14-day quarantine. There's also a provision in there that states that if you're coming from a jurisdiction or a country or an area that has 0 positive cases, which these days it's really hard to find an area with 0 positive cases, then you can proceed to home quarantine.
Wow.
There's something here on the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, their, I guess their agenda for their meeting next week, and it says the Guam COVID Alert app. Is this something new or it's always we've always had it?
So if you've been to our website, guamcovidalert.guam.gov, you'll see on there it says launching soon, September 10th. That's when our so we have a press conference coming up on the 10th. That's this coming Thursday at 10 a.m. It's a contact tracing app. I don't want to give too much details because I want to give the governor and the lieutenant governor and public health director, Art St. Augustine, the opportunity to be the one to unveil all the details about this app. It's a really exciting app. It's an exposure notification app. But basically what it is, it's a contact tracing app. And the gist of it, and you can actually, if you visit the website, it has a couple of videos in there that just give you the basics of the app. So what it does is it gives you a notification if you've been exposed to somebody who's been diagnosed with COVID-19. But when on the press conference date, we'll give you all the details about how this app works. And the idea behind it is, everybody who has a smartphone, if you want to buy into this, if you want to volunteer, we encourage them to download it. But it won't be available until the 10th. And it's really a neat app. And the key to it is privacy. So, we don't want to scare people into thinking that the government is watching you. It doesn't track your location or anything like that. But again, I want to wait until the 10th because I want to give the governor and lieutenant governor and the director the opportunity to be the one to, give the details about the app.
Right. And you can get that.
There are, several states that have already launched the app in their states. And Guam would be the first territory to adopt this app and launch it.
There you go. And Jay's popping up there's a site here, Guam something or other COVID alert.
Janelle, we're showing people the screenshot. And we can share the link in comments just so people can prep themselves. Is that cool?
Is this for everybody?
Yeah. Guam COVID alert. Sorry?
Is this for everybody and anybody to download this app?
Yeah. So on the 10th, it'll be available on the Google Play Store and the App Store. If you have an iPhone, it's on the App Store, and if you have an Android, it's going to be available on the Google Play Store.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Janelle.
So we're still refining and on the 10th, it'll be available for download.
Cool. Let's move over. Thank you for that, Janelle. I appreciate it.
Sure, no problem.
And we'll move over now to Tom and Malou, the Division of Environmental Health. And good morning, Tom. Good morning, Malou. Thanks for joining us on the link. It's the Breeze.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Sabrina and Chris. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay, Tom, but judging from your hair, we're kind of in the same boat here. No haircuts during PCOR 1 lockdown. I'm kind of digging mine, though.
You know what? My wife loves it too, so maybe I won't cut it for a while.
Dude, you just took me back to like high school. Can you do the feather that, Tom? You can feather that, right?
Actually, I can.
Yeah,
Actually,
see?
I can feather very well.
Bringing it back, guys.
Would you like me to try it?
No, yes, yeah. So good morning. Thanks for joining us, and we'll just get right into it. So we had and we'll start with the COVID inspections. Can you give us a little more info on these COVID-19? I don't know if that's what they're actually called, but these inspections that you do of businesses and establishments to make sure that they're COVID compliant.
Sure. So through the governor's executive order, the Department of Public Health, we've been tasked to enforce the COVID mitigation measures that's been required via the executive order and our public health guidance memo So we, meaning Division of Environmental Health, were specifically tasked to implement the enforcement of the requirements. So we've been visiting various island businesses, whether through complaints or routine inspections or concerns. And we looked at, gosh, Malu, you might want to help me here. I think the total number was like over 1,000 businesses since the emergency was declared. Is that right, Malu? What was the total number? You know?
We visited and inspected 1,072 establishments. That's including health regulated and non-health regulated. But a total of more than 3,000 establishments that we visited from March 17 to September 6.
Right. So, yeah, you're right, Marlo. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my number right here. Over 3,000 businesses have been visited since the emergency declaration. But that does not mean all 3,000 were inspected. Many were closed during our visits, or they're in compliance. So we only inspected those that are actually found in non-compliance, or there was a complaint.
What do people say when they call up and they make these complaints to you guys? If you could just maybe run the gamut of the snitchery that goes on.
Well, I wouldn't call it snitchery. I would just call it people who are concerned of the non-compliance by the public or the businesses. And it varied everything from lack of social distancing, not wearing masks, or to allowing, in this recent cases, how certain businesses are allowing customers to actually come inside their establishments, especially if they're a dining facility, when that's not permitted, or it's a business that's not authorized to operate during PCOR 1.
Right. So let me ask you this, because I saw something on Instagram, so right now only essential businesses are allowed to operate. But what about like a furniture store, right? So we get these tips about this furniture store in Agatna that's open. I mean, I'm looking at their Instagram right now, and they're talking about, oh, they sold out on this piece, and this you could get this couch for how much? So is it like a furniture store? Are they authorized to operate? If they're
Yes and no. They may if they are certain authorized or essential goods like mattresses and things that are needed for daily living, but primarily like mattresses and maybe even desks. You know, if you need it for distance learning.
Yeah.
You know,
What if I
we
need
are trusting the
Tom?
businesses to,
What if I need
Yes.
today's featured promo, which is an Ashley Luden rocker recliner, regularly $499, now only $249? Is that essential? Really? Come on, really?
It
Is
just
that
seems like
come
there's
on?
a lot of gray area
well, you know,
here.
and this is where we are relying on the businesses.
I'm snitching. I'll
Island
send you the
businesses
link.
to to play by the rules, if you will. I mean, we issued out a guidance document, and we must remember that this is a stay-at-home order. You should be out on the road or out in the public only out of necessity, whether to buy basic goods, certain required items, basically necessity of life. I mean, outside of that, everyone should be home or going to work if they're authorized business to operate. But I understand. I mean, you know, the rule of thumb is if your businesses has merchandise 80% or more that's deemed essential, then you may operate.
Right.
Okay,
So
but that's a very difficult for us to assess. So we are trusting the businesses to do their part and to ensure that they meet and comply with that requirement.
Right,
But you know, we give them the benefit of the doubt, but we will do an inspection if we feel that that there is a violation in place.
So what happens? I mean, if they're violating anything, I mean, so what do you guys do?
Well-
You just go there and say, oh, you shouldn't be selling
You go and-
recliners. Mattresses, okay. Recliners, no. I mean, so what happens? That's it?
Okay, Malu, you want to take that one?
Okay, if we found that they're in violation, we cite them and it has to be corrected on the spot, or we give them 24 hours to correct the violations. Then our policy is if it's a repeat violation, we'll cite them again and we'll refer them to the AG's office.
Have we reached
If
that
I can
point?
also add to that. Yeah, well, let me add to that also, Chris and Sabrina. We are bound by existing law regulations that's in place. There is no penalty specific to COVID for public health what we're using what's called a public nuisance provision in our existing law. And that's anything that's deemed dangerous to life or injurious to health. So we use that particular citation, but we are limited by what we can do or what's allowed or what's the enforcement specific to public nuisance. And we can't simply pull the business license or pull away or take their sanitary permit. So we're bound by what the existing law allows us to do. So we gave them notice, and if there's a repeat violation that we feel that they're not complying in good faith, we'll forward that to the Office of Attorney General for possible criminal prosecution if necessary.
Right. So, and on that point, how many have you forwarded to the AG's office, if any?
Right. At this time, we all the business that we visited so far, they've complied. So we have yet to forward any. And as Malu mentioned, Malu, correct me, unless it's something they cannot absolutely do, like have a plan, develop a plan for their specific business, all business that we visited so far, they corrected all the violations on the spot. Am I correct, Malu?
Correct.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about.
To answer your question.
Okay.
There's only a few that's not corrected on the spot because it takes time for them to comply with the requirements, just like the pandemic plan. So we
gave
need
24
them
hours.
24 hours for that.
Right. I wanted to ask about a specific case that we had saw in one of the reports that we got, and this was with the church in Assen. Was it Calvary or Calvary? Man, I always mix them up. But so anyway, the report said that they weren't using the masks, no social distancing, and if you could just take us to that day, responding to that specific call. Was it you, Tom, or your staff?
Yeah, it was our staff from Division of Environmental Health. I can't recall, Malu, if it was the actual complaint or it was a routine inspection, but we did visit the church in question. They were non-compliance. Well, there were definitely violations observed, and we gave them citations. And if I'm not mistaken, they did comply the following week when we, I think, did a spot visit or made inquiries. Malu, was that correct?
Yes, it was a complaint through social media. That's how we were informed because of social media, and it so happened that was the weekend. So our health inspector went there and addressed the complaint.
And so what's
So
it
it was
like?
confirmed. The complaint was confirmed.
Right.
Yeah, it was confirmed. And the following week, we received an info from one of the person that attend the church that the pastor is complying with the executive order.
So what they did? They living in Yokoi's cave. They didn't know that you got to wear masks and you got to social distance.
I think it also was over like the limit of.
Right. So these guys were just striking out on all of the measures that are designed to protect us from the spread of COVID. So how did your inspectors feel when they come onto this scene, and for the most part, we're all doing our part, and you come into this scene and it's jam-packed, nobody's wearing a mask, just...
I mean, is that what your inspector saw, that it was jam-packed, that there were so many people? I don't know what they were doing. Was it a car wash, or what was happening? Were they actually in a service and all these people didn't have masks on?
Malu?
Anybody know?
I don't understand. Can you repeat that again?
Was this a service? Were they in a service when the inspectors arrived?
Right.
And noticed these multiple violations?
Okay, yes, when the inspector arrived at the site, they observed that they're not practicing social distancing, and a few of the attendees were not wearing masks. So what happened is they wrote their inspection report and cited the establishment, and we called GPD to go to that site and disperse the congregation.
Wow.
Why did GPD have to be called? Was there some sort of disagreement or confrontation that would necessitate GPD being called?
Right. If you ever read the executive order, there is a provision that, in addition to authorizing public health and DRT to enforce the provision of the executive order. It also allows us to get assistance from GPD. And by policy and practice, whenever there's a large congregation of people, we ask the assistance of GPD just by practice to ensure the safety of everyone involved. It's not our intent to have any confrontation with the people we regulate or that we when we enforce the provisions. It's just there for safety of everyone.
And so they dispersed. That must have been a crazy scene, man. What was that scene like?
I was not personally there, so Malu, maybe.
Right,
Malu,
Malu,
maybe
what,
can
what was
help
that scene like? I mean, just the optics,
right
right? The optics of the
No,
police
right when they
breaking
issued
up.
the citation,
Go ahead.
the inspector left and GPD took over. Because that was the instruction. If it is a big crowd, we call GPD and we leave, and GPD will take over.
How big of a crowd was this?
Say that again?
How big of a crowd
What was
was
the
this?
size of the attendance?
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's about more than 30. Looking at the picture.
Oh, can we get a picture?
Is that an official request, Chris?
Yeah, that is an official
Is that
request.
official FOIA
Please don't
request?
make me send a FOIA. It's a verbal FOIA.
Well, you know, all our inspection reports are public information,
Right.
public document. It's available, and any accompanying document that goes with that can be provided. So we'll definitely look into that, Chris.
Thank you, guys.
I'll
Thank
take
you.
note of that.
Right. Hey, and I wanted to ask, because you're describing a scene that if I'm an environmental health inspector and I'm coming onto the scene or any scene with these COVID protocols, especially given how in a lot of instances with certain sectors of the community, the COVID, it's just so politically charged. So I feel for these inspectors to come onto this scene where, like you said, it's such a big crowd that they have to get, the men and women in blue involved. So what's the feeling with your inspectors? Are they good out here in this COVID environment, or is there any anxiety or fear or?
Well, first, it's our job to enforce the requirements, not just for the COVID, but as a regulatory agency, we are tasked to enforce rules and regulations and statutes that govern particular operations, whether it be health-related establishments or, in this case, any business that's governed by the COVID requirements. Of course, there is always inherent danger involved, but it's all an approach. And generally, people don't, their understanding of our responsibility, though they may not agree to the requirements. It's rare that we actually encounter a situation where GPD is called, but we do so currently only because just to ensure the safety of everyone. And I say everyone, not just our inspectors, but everyone involved who's on premises. But our staff, they are trained also diffuse any confrontational situations. In fact, they are to avoid any and all confrontation if possible. And if it gets out of hand, of course, we call GPD.
Right.
But currently, it's just practice for now to notify the men in blue, as you said.
So have you guys hired more inspectors? Because I've noticed when I get the releases on the inspections, the sanitary inspections, and then you have the separate release on the COVID inspections, and it's quite a significant number of inspections. So I know in the past you guys have had such a shortage in staff that you weren't able to keep up, but it seems like as of late there's a lot of inspections that have been taking place. So have you guys increased your inspectors?
No, we still have the same number. Actually, we've lost and we're losing some inspectors, but we focused most of our resources in the COVID response. I mean, our day-to-day operations has generally stopped or it's on standby. So we're able to direct these resources, primarily human resources, to enforcing the COVID requirements. But it's a challenge. And our staff is out day and night, every day, even on weekends. So even yesterday we were doing inspections. So and we understand the need to to respond to all these complaints and concerns we receive from the public.
That's actually a silver lining that you guys have been able to use personnel who would otherwise be grounded to go out there and inspect these places. I wanted to ask because you guys took some flack. I saw some on social media with the ServSafe certification, and this is going back to when I think the bars were open. You guys had pinged some people on that they didn't have anybody with a ServSafe certification on site, or if you could provide a little more clarity on that.
Sure. All food facilities, or specifically all eating chicken facilities, they must have an individual, a manager on staff who possess a manager certificate. And that could be a ServSafe certification or any other recognized certification. This is certification testing to the food safety knowledge of the individual. And this has been in the book since, was it 2016 or 15 or so? So it's not a new requirement. It's something that's always been required. It's just that when we're doing the initial inspection and we're going primarily at night, business that were open primarily at night were bars, and that's where a lot of our complaints were coming also about. So we had the opportunity to inspect bars, and unfortunately, whether through ignorance or just not understanding or blatant response, we're not really certain. A lot of them just didn't have a manager with a manager certificate. But I like to say for every one that we found, there were like 3 others that were in compliance. So it's not that most of them or majority of them were not in compliance, just that a few of them were not in compliance.
And speaking of the bars, that was one of the first, or may have been the first, that the governor during, was it their first, when she restored us back to PCOR 1, she said bars closed, and you guys were going to review the rules and regulations and come up with perhaps new guidelines. Has that transpired already? New guidelines for bars and for bars?
Well, currently bars are prohibited from operating during current PCOR 1. Right, and we did issue a guidance when earlier when they were allowed to operate. There were restrictions in place, and that we still have those regulations in place. But unfortunately, because of the current PCOR 1 status condition, bars and a handful of other businesses are not allowed to operate.
No, but I thought when the governor said shut them down, there was supposed to be a review of those guidelines to see what else needed to be done to, I guess, improve them.
Yeah. So our current guidance and past guidance, they're always constantly being reviewed and, when necessary, updated. Right now, the focus on PCOR 1 condition. So, Sabrina, to answer your question, I would not be surprised when we out of PCOR 1 and start relaxing the restrictions, that will be looking at bars and other businesses as well to see where we can improve in ensuring that the compliance with all the businesses on the island, including bars.
I wanted to ask, because we had Christine, and then I noticed that a lot of the different business organizations, they say this, that when you look at the spread of COVID, I mean, yeah, we've had, businesses come out and announce a positive, but what these groups say is that the positive cases are really coming from the community spread. And when they go in and they look at the protocols that you guys at Environmental Health lay out, that they're all being followed for the most part by these businesses, and they say, oh, so that kind of shows that the risk of getting COVID from a business is very minimal, since the cases that we're seeing with these businesses are coming from people who catch it out in the community and then maybe go to work. That being said, do you feel like your division has been successful in checking on these different protocols and doing the inspections and making sure that people are dotting their COVID I's and crossing their COVID T's?
Well, that's a tough question, and I wish I can give you a clear-cut answer to that. What I can say is that we've been responsive to all complaints. We've done more inspection than we've ever done in the past, because we have the current time and resource to do so. I think you would probably have to ask my colleague from the Division of Public Health to answer that question. They're on top of more of the data in terms of the cases and those data that's related to that. So maybe they could best answer that question.
Right.
I can only answer for Division of Environmental Health.
Thank you, Tom.
Accomplishments.
What are we looking at, though, long term? Because it's clear that the Division of Environmental Health, I mean, you guys are just as much on the front lines as, I guess you could say, the Guam Fire Department and Guam Police Department. So long term, are we looking at giving you guys more resources, more people, training more people to contain COVID and just disease in general? Because
Sabrina, thank you for. I thank you for recognizing that we are somewhat in the front line as the others. My staff are out conducting inspection, interacting with the public, but our staff is they're provided the knowledge and maintaining and allowing them to do inspections, so maintain and implement the necessary mitigation measures so we protect ourselves as well and the public, the people we interact with. So we give them that protection in terms of the information and the whatever personal protective equipment that's necessary. Where do we go from here? Well, we'll continue to abide by the executive order. We'll continue to do many inspections as possible as resources permit. We hope to get additional staff to assist the current inspectors so we can do more inspections and respond more timely. Eventually, the pandemic will end, and we'll have to continue doing the routine inspections of all the health regulated establishments. We're optimistic, but historically, our division has always been challenged with the lack of personnel.
Right.
But we always do our best.
Sure do, Tom. I just want to ask, so when we talked in the beginning about the public, right? So because you guys don't have boots in the ground in every business that's open, we're relying really on the public for a lot of this enforcement and for the businesses to just, do their part and play by the rules. So if I'm a member of the public, what are some of the things that I should look out for when I go to pick up my curbside or when I go to someplace like, the bank or whatever, places that are open? What do I look out for so that I know, oh, that's not right, I better call Tom and Malou?
And who do you call?
Yeah. And then who do we call?
Sure.
What's the
Malou,
number?
I'll
And all
let you
that stuff?
Sure. I'll Malou answer since she leads the inspectors and very familiar with the various violations and complaints that we get.
Okay.
But the number that we have, our phone number here at the Environmental Health is 300-9579. And also our email is dphss-deh@dphss.guam.gov. So that is our email and our phone number. And Malou, you want to answer Chris's question as to what are the things the public should look for when?
These are the
go
things
ahead.
that we look for when we conduct the inspection, to make sure that the establishment or the management is enforcing mandatory wearing of masks. Also enforce social distancing, posting signage of face masks and social distancing, and also have a policy in place for frequent cleaning of all surfaces, maintain the authorized occupancy rate, and adhere to the authorized number of social gatherings. So if you see congregation outside establishment or a facility, then that is in violation to the executive order. That's the most number of complaints that we receive is people congregating or not complying with the social distancing. So if there's a lot of cars parked in an establishment or a business that not authorized to open, that's when we get down and also check if they are complying with executive orders. That's how we determine if we have to get down and conduct inspection, is if there are a lot of cars parked in a business or people lining up. Then even if we don't receive a complaint, we go and check those businesses.
All right. Well, thank you guys
Yeah.
for joining us. Very informative.
Yeah, Tom. Definitely informative. Next
Thank
time you
you.
come on, though, you got to comb your hair on the Zoom and get that feather that, We got to have the goody comb. And you got to wear the low top Vans.
You remember that?
Yeah, of
The
course.
goody combs, that's right.
I lived it, Tom. I lived it. And then you got to put the goody comb in the back, and it has to hold
back
your
pocket.
polo.
Oh, my
You have to kind of tuck the tail of your polo behind the goody comb. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So,
Chris, we're dating ourselves. All right, Chris, we're dating ourselves.
oh, that's fine. Thank you, Tom.
Right.
Thank you, Malou.
Thanks,
you.
guys. Stay safe.
Right on. Keep up the good work.
Yep.
Okay. That's
Thank you very much.
Wash your hands. They know. I don't got to tell them wash their hands. They're going to tell me like, no, you wash your hands
And your thumbs.
yeah. So that was interesting. Very interesting. Good show today. Some of the takeaways, Sabrina.
Really sad situation over at the Guam Memorial Hospital. I want to say this is pretty high. This is highest that I think we've seen. There's 51 people hospitalized over at the Guam Memorial Hospital. 14 receiving ICU level of care. 12 people on ventilators. Lillian Posadas, she's meeting with another recruiting agency, I think based out of California at 11 o'clock, she said. And there's a possibility that we could see some nurses from California coming to Guam, possibly up to 100. So keep our fingers crossed.
Right.
The SNU still not open? But
Still not open.
Yeah.
And
well, open, but not able to accept patients yet, COVID patients.
right. And then talking with some of the docs who, there's a physician advisory group meeting tonight. So that means tomorrow we'll have some of the docs on. They're saying with the high number of people on ventilators, just brace yourselves, Guam, for more COVID-related deaths in the coming days.
The Department of Administration, they are investigating the payroll snafu that occurred Friday.
Right.
So credit unions, apparently there was a delay in getting payments to them, and in turn that had an effect on paychecks going out to GovGuam employees. So
Right.
that's something that Mr. Byrne said that they are investigating. He also mentioned how much in CARES Act money out of that $117 million we got has been paid out. He said it estimated around, is it
80?
around 50
Was it?
million?
I wasn't listening.
That was
Sorry.
57, I thought he said.
has been paid out of that 117 million.
Right.
So it's a lot more to spend.
Well, yeah, so we got to get to the spending.
A majority of that, he said, though, was going to the quarantine, the QFAX. So, yeah.
And we also heard from some businesses. We heard from the GHRA. We heard from the Guam Chamber, the Guam Women's Chamber. And, it was interesting because they all seemed to be on the same page. They all seem to be saying, hey, we feel like we could open a few more businesses under this PCOR 1 lockdown, but we feel like we could do it in a way that's safe. So that was also a pretty interesting conversation. Also, Maria Pangolina from the Guam Election Commission. Your primary election ballot, and mine too, will be destroyed. That was just strong language, right?
Yep, they're going to be shredded.
Destroyed. And we kicked around that. I mean, maybe we should, make a bonfire. I don't know, but they got the regulations. So someone is going to get paid hundreds of dollars.
300 to 500.
300
right? Is that
to
what she said?
500 to shred our ballots, guys.
And tomorrow, ballot placement.
Right.
Yeah.
Drawing. Yes, even with all this, there's still people trying to get elected and reelected. I want to go back to this payroll thing with some of the credit unions and the government employees. There was, that moment Friday where we were getting the tips, payless payday. We didn't know what exactly was happening. But I was talking to someone over the weekend, and I think it's interesting that for a moment there, a lot of these GovGuam employees, who some of them are essential, some of them are working, some of them are staying home and collecting a paycheck. But for a small moment there, they maybe tapped into that feeling that the thousands of displaced workers who haven't collected a paycheck in weeks feel every single day. So just kind of put it in perspective and know if you're blessed, you're blessed, okay? Bree, good job today.
Good job. Also wanted to just make sure we mentioned that the governor's advisor groups, they're going to be meeting this week.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the press conference Friday where it asked the gov, hey, what's up with these people not meeting? And she was like, I don't know. They should be meeting. They're the leaders. Why aren't they meeting? I don't know. I asked you.
So, yeah.
Well, now they're meeting. So there you go. It's 10:08. Joe, sir. I'm sorry. I don't want to do the press conference for, give them to wash it out a couple times before I go back in there because I feel like when they see me coming, oh, no. Okay, Ken Janier, Master Control, our guys. And of course, we got your six, the KUAM news team for Jason Solis, Ken Sanity, and Sabrina Salas Matanani. Leaving you with this one, Daryl and Noni, local music. It's The Breeze 93.9. Heaven Can Wait. Está. Adios.
Bye.
Sleeping all night, waiting to find a reason.